Take it to the next level.
Good afternoon, and you thought we were going to miss the Barney alarm, everyone, didn't you? However, we've teed it right up because action is underway. How are we doing, Gob?
Morning, afternoon. Oh, I get lost these days. But yeah, Sad, hello.
Yeah, everyone thought they were going to miss the Barney alarm. Not on my watch. How are we doing?
We
Chat
don't
room
do that here.
Nice and busy. Boise is in. Hope your operation goes well today, mate. All will be revealed later.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yes, the live range is still on later. We are doing a double session stream for you today. But welcome along. Hey, look, Gob, I suppose the big news is Fallon Sherrock makes her Pro Tour debut today.
Yeah, I guess the big news is Stadia fucking read because everybody is up in arms about this. The PDC even, for the first time ever, I think, quoted the rule which has allowed Fallon to be involved today. And people are still going, oh, she gets another handout. Fuck off. 4 minutes in. Just no.
Yeah.
Is where I am with that one. Even Scott Mitchell, who is above her in the rankings, had commented underneath saying, look, I was invited, but I was already travelling home, as were the majority of players involved in the Challenge Tour over the weekend. The rule allows the PDC to find suitable replacements within the time frame. Everybody asked above was either already playing, someone was like, oh, is there really 32? Well, actually, there's 8 players already involved. We had 4 prior withdrawals we already knew about. Then there was another 4 that came earlier in the week. We're actually down to players 9 and 10, aren't we, from the Challenge Tour that have been involved this weekend. Plus, then you give the fact that she was in the proximity in the venue, able to attend quickly. If there was a bye, people would be kicking off. If there was a bye, people would be up in arms, going, how have you managed that? There was a Challenge Tour there this weekend. Find a replacement, not good enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm having a great day. Must be the cap.
How are we doing, Laura? I hope you are good. Gary Anderson's on the verge of going 2-0 down here. Anyway, afternoon, Mr. Boyce. For your comment in the chat and your WhatsApp that you may have just put in our group. So yeah, no, look, 100%. Look, it's just the shit on this one is just ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't have any boards ready. I'm just have a look. The one big surprise is that she hasn't been selected for a streaming board. She does play Mario van der Bohada on board 11.
Yeah. Gary Anderson is 2-0 down, missing a truckload of doubles. I wonder if Jamie Hughes has got his case. because he looked like he'd just gone off a building site yesterday.
There was quite a few that had issues with equipment and travelling. I think, did Dobie lose his suitcase?
Yeah,
I
Dobie
saw
didn't
him
get a case
berating
again.
KLM on social media.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to help myself to boards 1 to 8.
And before anyone says anything, yes, Fallon will be a feature game when she plays, and I'm not even sorry. Fairs?
Yes.
Also, live on the live lounge tonight, the one and only Mr. Glenn Durrant, Gob.
Oh, don't say that. I hadn't told Dan yet. It's going to be a surprise.
I've already put it on the headline for the stream, so.
It's only midday. What are you playing at? You're not actually on time, are you?
I set it up at 2 o'clock this morning.
Bloody hell. Feeling all right.
Gary Anderson Brave. Oh no, 100%. I agree. Mario Van Bogengaard has been playing really well. It is a very tough job for Fallon.
Yep. I guess not the advantage, but it doesn't play at a pace that will blow you away.
No.
So if it does start going badly, there's time to recover and settle in.
Yeah. So, Fallon and Jelle Klassen have replaced Kevin Dutz and Jeffrey Deswan, who are both ill. Who am I predicting today, boys? See, I'm sticking. That proves to me you didn't listen yesterday. I am sticking with my theory all year until it happens. I'm going Gary Anderson.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Exactly. I just think he's playing too well at the moment. Don't get me wrong. If it goes back to the Gary of 18 months ago, I'll change. But right now, I think he's playing too well not to win one at some point this year. Also, having said that, I know Gazzy lost first round yesterday, but again, really unlucky. He's going to take some stopping. Look, Michael van Gerwen won yesterday in second stroke third gear once. He played well once all day to beat Dirk.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, but my guess would be 45-36. That's her usual MO for 141. Gary Anderson should be 2-all, God, but he's missing doubles for fun at the moment.
I wouldn't call missing doubles fun, but yeah, I get the sentiment. It's not very sharp on the out ring to start this morning.
Was anyone else's stream board 1 gone?
Yes.
Yes. Internet issues in Germany.
I also don't have board 8 live yet. So I cannot watch James Wade against Danny Jansen.
Hey.
Sure. Gary is level at 2 apiece then.
Yeah.
The Clemens game is still going on because we're getting scores on Dark Connect, but not anything else. Jermaine, Barney, 3 apiece. Chris Dobie in a world of trouble, averaging 84.
I don't think he's got his equipment. I think he's using someone else's like he did yesterday. Which is not ideal.
Nope. Kim Hybeck just took out 1-1-2 for a 3-2 lead on Josh Payne.
Nice to see Gary's found his scoring boots.
Doesn't Cammy play with Dobie Darts?
Yeah. Here's one for you. Being it's a professional sport, would you let someone else potentially use your equipment and beat you?
Depends on the relationship, doesn't it? What I would do at this point, if I was a manufacturer. In fact, we've had this discussion before, even if not as a manufacturer, even if it's just as PDC Europe or whatever, I would have some sort of crate. You know, for like golf, they have tour trucks.
Yeah.
So you don't travel with your clubs, you rock up, they build you a bag there and then, etc. I'd either have, as a manufacturer or as the PDC, somebody within each country that holds multiple sets of players' setups. We do have technical difficulties on Streamboard 1. Steve Beaton is currently 3-2 down to Daniel Closer. Anderson moves 4-2 ahead of Jamie Hughes now. Another match
through the
on
gears
that
here,
leg.
isn't he,
Yeah.
He's gone through the gears.
Complete control over Chris Landman. Minus Rasma 5-2 up now, averaging 101 over Jamie Clark.
Jamie Clark played some good stuff yesterday, but just key times, missed key doubles.
Steve Beaton takes out 108 for 3 apiece. Yeah, I guess, look, that's what can happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Laura said some of the players that travel together carry each other's setup. John carries Josh's and vice versa in case. I guess the issue is if the cases don't arrive, isn't it? The other thing I'd do is probably I'd keep my actual set in my case, in my suitcase. I'd probably carry a set of barrels and a full setup with points not inside them in my hand luggage, because I'm pretty sure that's. So Jeff Smith used to just take his points out. People that use something like Target Swiss points can probably get away with it a lot easier. Some other points you might struggle with, but it's going to be much easier to just source one repointer to put your points back into a barrel than it is to find your complete setup somewhere else.
Yeah.
Early results: Steve Lennon beating Callum Ridd 6-3, averaging 109, and Mike DeDecker a 6-0 win over Chris Dobie, averaging 90.
Yeah.
Ross Smith completes a 6-0 victory over Chris Landman.
Beryl Gurney is in front against Christoph Kachuk. He's not the best of standards, but results, Gob, for you, Madus Razum has completed victory.
Yeah, he was absolutely flying. And 72 checkout for him. Wraps up with 100 average against Jamie Clark.
Brendan Dolan on the verge of serving the bagel. He's 5-0 up on Graham Hall. Barney is going to a noble.
9-dart hero from this weekend.
Yeah. Are we expecting a better showing from Matt Campbell today?
What do you think? I mean, if it gets any worse, he's in a world of trouble. So, and they're now 5-2 up, 5-3 up on Jamie Hughes. Don't think they've connected the iPad, Alex.
Barney's on the
result
verge
will just appear
of an exit. Jermaine Motamina has missed a match start. Barney 1-2-2 to save his skin. Otherwise, it's another early exit for Raymond van Barneveld. We only heard the alarm once yesterday. Are we only hearing it once today? And the answer looks like yes. Oh, Jermaine Motamina has now missed 4 match starts. Is Barney going to breathe again? Who sung that? Adam Ricketts.
What?
Breathe again.
James Wade won 6-1. iPad issue. 92 average, 6-1 victory over Danny Jensen.
Raymond van Barneveld survives 4 match starts and beats Jermaine Motamina in an oval.
Lucky man. Who sang that?
Yeah.
Brendan Dolan 6-0 win over Graham Hall.
Gando 1-2-1 incoming.
Bang.
That'll do.
2 average for the Flying Scotsman.
I think, Gob, next feature, I like the look of this one. I don't think it's streamed. Dylan Slevin against Scott Williams.
I don't think it is. Because Clemens Labanauskas is still going. And we got Menzies Brooks on the other one. Bradley Brooks is playing well this year.
Played well yesterday.
Yeah.
He beat Gary yesterday. Gary had darts at a double, but it was the way Bradley stepped in and punished every time that Gary missed was the impressive thing.
Yeah. I've just stumbled across Dan Dawson's Twitter this morning, and it's as fabulous as you'd expect. I can see the harder thinking and the very poorly informed of darts Twitter are having a busy morning, ... again. Scott Mitchell backing it up. Procedure followed. I had a call to fill the spot. Unfortunately, declined as I'm back home. Can't let the truth get quite of a good official PDC hornet's nest rattled by the uneducated. Dawson, so you're part of the conspiracy, Mitchell. I always knew it.
Oh.
Ryan Palmer got involved. People don't realise. Highest available players, blah, blah, blah. Hope she has a good run. Dan Dawson, no, Ryan, it's a conspiracy. I saw Dave Lagerbastard 0225813 say so on Twitter. Good crap. Good crap. looks like next match starting shortly on Streamboard 1, so hopefully they fix the issue. Ray Stubbs is threatening Bobby George that we want him to go on the Big Dipper at Blackpool this weekend. How is Dobie getting on? He's beaten 6-0 down.
I like that. What's for lunch? I got some chicken bits, a few bits and bobs. Got another hot cross bun. Love a bit of Easter.
Hello, Charlie.
Rafferty was paid off. Oh, Big Johnny's adding to the conspiracy theory. Also, Dan is on the... No, they're actually chicken bits from Asda, not nuggets. Dan is on the live lounge this evening, stepping in for Lee Boyce while he recovers from surgery. And Dan, have you seen who is on live tonight?
Snoop, snoop. Grow up.
All I'm saying is the stream is set up on YouTube, so I can have a look. It's in the title. I know we've lost Streamboard 1 at the PDC at the moment. Streamboard 2 is very jittery as well. I think they might be having connection issues.
Yes. Klassen takes opener 15 darts against Robert Owen Menzies 14 darter on stream. Louis Williams 2-0 on Martin Clearmacher. Dylan Slevin takes opener against Scott Williams in a game that I probably shouldn't be talking about when they're averaging 70. Ratajski beats Richie Burnett.
Yeah. I'm at work, so I can't access it far. No, we'll tell you, because we said earlier, the one, the only, Mr. Glenn Durrant, live on the show tonight, Dan. Any Coke or Monster? There's always Coke and Monster on the go. Streamboard 2 is back, and we do have the Joker, John O'Shea, on the stream.
Nah, then.
Yeah. 2 seconds. They moved without me knowing. There we go. Yeah, we've got Monster, Cherry Pepsi Max, and some H2O on the desk. H2O.
Oh, God. Phil, who sang that song?
What's that?
Who sang that song?
It? Platinum.
Featuring H2O, actually. The song was called What's It Gonna Be? But leave it to him. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's an absolute banger, though, isn't it?
Yes.
See, look, Dan knows. My main mixing finger would be immense for wedding DJs.
Pivot Oasis.
Oh, off record, Gob. Is the news going out today?
Probably tomorrow now.
Right, okay, I was double checking, that was all.
Depends what time we get done.
Robert Owen, Yella Klassen won a piece again. Some low averages today, Gob. And I thought yesterday I'd give the players the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was, but something just doesn't seem to be right. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but it doesn't seem that explosiveness we normally get on the Pro Tour. A lot of low averages at the moment.
Maybe they're in euros and the exchange rate's shit because of Brexit.
This is where we've got to.
Board 8 still not live either. Doing my head in. But you don't need practice boards. Well, once the game's on, perhaps you do a little bit, but a lot of players, you could use all 32 or 16 match boards in warm-up as well. Then you clear them about 10 minutes before the game starts, and then you're down to practice boards for anybody that's not left playing. But actually, have they got markers there this weekend? In previous attempts in Germany, they haven't.
Wait a minute. Let me see if someone's playing today. I'm not going to hang him out to dry.
Oh, big 1-3-2 from the Joker.
Right, the player in question, Gob, told me that if when he got there was no markers, he would not be playing the second day, and he's playing. So that would suggest to me there is.
Fair enough. I've not got the stream in the background. Mine's off.
Yeah, mine's off as well. And normally I can hear an echo coming through as well.
That's just my brother shouting in the background.
No, I am not. No, I am not.
Does that player right? No. Jar, it was not that one. I'd say if it was him, he wouldn't care. To be fair, Joe said there. What was Mitrovic doing yesterday?
I'm not talking about it.
Absolutely lost his head. At the moment, Rob Cross is in the box seat to represent England. You'd have to say Luke Humphries is probably going to have to win a Euro Tour or a couple of Pro Tours or something, God, to get past Cross.
Mate, we didn't even play this weekend. Nothing to do with back to being a dart show. Carry on. If you want to talk about Mitrovic, then you have to talk about Fernandez against us when he pushed the official. If you make contact with any official, you have to go. You can't suddenly go, Mitrovic needs a massive example making. I don't care if the other official got involved. I don't care if there was less physical contact. You place your hand on the official, you should walk.
I agree, but all I will say is by the rules, if you're going to do Fernandez, you have to do the official as well. And then that looks so bad.
I'm absolutely not against that at all. But you see the likes of, I don't even know, it was on TalkSport anymore, because they're all chat shite, going on, you have to make an example of this, kids are going to be watching, he needs a big lengthy ban, blah, blah, blah. I tell you now, more kids are watching Bruno Fernandes than they are watching Mitrovic.
No, I'm fully with you. But what I'm saying is the FA sends out an awful message. Right? When you can't physically recruit referees at junior level, and you're then going to officially suspend one of them, because that's effectively what you'd have to do. Yeah. It puts them in a hole. That's why they haven't.
You have to. You have to go both ways, because you need to make an example that placing your hands on an official isn't good enough, no matter how the official responds.
What do you reckon Mitrovic will get? I reckon he'll get 10 games.
4 or 5. I don't think they'll lengthen it too much, to be honest.
Dylan Slethen and Scott Williams trading holds of throw in our feature game right now. Yeah, class on 4-2 up on Robert Owen. Ian White playing some good stuff. A good run from Ross Montgomery as well yesterday. Pascal Reprech is doing what he did on the challenge tour at Q School, Gob, averaging a ton, 3-0 up on Tony Martinez.
Tidy. John O'Shea is having a nightmare on the outer ring. He took out that 1-3-2. He'd missed darts to win the second leg, found himself 2-1 behind, takes out 1-3-2. Third leg, scores brilliantly, misses darts, a double ends up on double one. And then fourth leg, he's just missed the wrong side of tops as well. Finds himself 4-1 behind to Jeffrey Sparrenhans.
Scott Williams levels up. Do we think Scott Williams just needs a spark or a result from somewhere? Because we've not seen the heights of last year yet.
Potentially. He's just another player in the pack now, isn't he? Whereas the leader elsewhere.
Ryan Meikle levels up with Danny Rand Tripp, early stages of that one. Johnny Clayton warming up against Darren Webster, as is Vincent van der Voort against Jacques Labra.
Mickey Mansell 2-0 down to Thibaut Tricol. Nick Fulwell, is he still yet to win a match on the Pro Tour this year? He's 4-1 behind.
Is
Christian
Nick Fulwell going to be one of those that can't wait for his 2-year cycle to end?
Potentially. Taylor's the GOAT.
Our chat ratio was brilliant yesterday when this was all kicking off.
It's for me. I think look, MVG had an incredibly dominant period that included Phil Taylor being included, and Taylor's dominance came in an era where there was less darts around and all that sort of stuff. But I also think that if you put 30-year-old Phil Taylor into the PDC now with the determination, the practice routines, Lewis as his practice partner or whatever else, the technology available in terms of practice and equipment they can make nowadays, he'd still sweep up. Because you look at their head-to-head record, even in a period where Taylor's on the decline, the only tournament MVG has a better head-to-head in against Phil Taylor is the Premier League.
Second biggest tournament on the calendar.
Christian Kiss completes a 6-1 victory over Nick Fulwell. I think wouldn't MVG have to win? I think he's already, even if he won the next 13 straight, is going to end up with a worse World Championship record than Taylor. He's already not won more World Championships than Taylor played. Look, admittedly, that is the...
The thing is, though, I put it like this yesterday. Same kind of argument, but a different sport. Right? For me, last year's Manchester City side is the greatest Premier League team ever. However, Fergie's Manchester United teams have won more, but last year's City team is the greatest Premier League team ever, in my opinion.
No, I think it was a couple of years before that where they were better.
Either or, but still, a version of
last year's side had no centre forward. Last year's side had no centre forward. It can't be last year's.
Scott Williams has turned that one around. He's beaten Dylan Stone, but the principle's still the same. That a version of that Pep Manchester City team is the greatest Premier League team we've ever seen. But Fergie's team won the Champions League.
Yeah.
But I still think that City team is better. Thibaut Tricol, Gob, going around his business, 4-0 up on Mickey Mansell, averaging nearly 94. Tidy enough.
Allez, les Bleus. Defensively, the Chelsea 04-05 team was solid. Bunch of crybaby bastards, though.
Joe says the Chelsea team of look that Chelsea team is up there. I agree, but I just think that City team was unreal.
Why can't I sit with a straight face and think Prime Taylor beats Prime MVG? Go and have a look at every single average record you can find. And Phil Taylor still holds more of them than Michael Van Gerwen.
Yeah, but
Have a look at their head-to-head records. When Taylor's
Yeah, but
on
it's
the
not bad.
decline.
Prime MVG beats Prime Taylor for me, as I've said it before.
Taylor is the GOAT.
Johnny Clayton has taken the opener against Darren Webster, averaging a ton. Johnny was unlucky yesterday. He ran into a very good Robert Owen. There we go. Our chat room conversion rate is now going to go through the roof, God. We've done well here.
No, MVG Taylor debate is not like Messi and Ronaldo debate because there's a clear winner in both. It's Phil Taylor and it's Lionel Messi.
Michael Van Gerwen and Ronaldo.
God. You don't actually believe that second one, do you?
Yeah. Afternoon, Pete. Yeah, not nice of him to turn up today, isn't it?
Oh, don't get me started on LeBron either. Fraud. I'm joking. Don't get me started with that. Christ.
Phil, who's the best darts player you've beaten? Oh, mine's easy. Aaron Monk.
Oasis smash Blur, and I'm from London. I'm literally from the south. Oasis walk that all day, every day. There's no geographical divide here. Oasis walk that bastard. Anybody that says anything else is deluded.
When did you meet? Rob, I've known Aaron since he was a kid. He's I played in the same teams as him. Played against him. I'm really good mates with him. So I beat him locally.
Pascal Ruprecht beats Tony Martinez 6-2.
Oh, but Boyce's getting involved. Blur. Is your aesthetic worn off? Or have you not gone under yet? Oh, at darts, Prime Bars beats Prime Gob, but now Gob wins. But at Prime, I absolutely do a number on him. I'd have you walking off stage like Manly did Lewis.
You are deluded, my friend.
I would have you walking off stage like Manly did Lewis, son.
Deluded. What was Monk's average? About what Matt Campbell did yesterday. I bet if Barzy's beating him.
Yes, I do love the dart arts jar. I'd have him absolutely hopping all over the place.
And then I'm back. Vincent van der Voort has beaten Jack Larborough. 6-2.
Boise says, is there such a thing as Prime Gob? To be fair, right now, Gob would beat me. Like, I'm not very good anymore at all. Right now, he beat me. 100%. I'm not arguing that. But when I could play, when I could play, I would have him hopping all over the place. I'd be flight flicking, rattling darts, tapping, whispering in his ear. I'd be in the encroachment zone. You name it, it would happen.
Have you heard that? Phil would just admitted he'd have to cheat to try and beat me.
Oh, 100%. I'm not even going to think. I would have you hopping.
Cheat. Cheat.
Boise loves a bit of Wonderwall. One dart, but yeah, absolutely, yeah. Jar, seen it firsthand. Bars loves to click flights. I'll put my hands up. I do it. I'm not even going to hide it. Pete says media comp Saturday night. Yeah, to be fair, I'm going to bring the darts up. We can have a little chuck.
When am I going to have a chance Saturday night? Some of us have got to work both events, sir.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Blackpool for the night. Oof. Not an email I wanted to read.
You guys should run a competition. Yeah, we were talking about this the other day when we go about could we do some kind of OD comp or something like that. But it's trying to find a venue and how we do it all. But we have floated the idea.
Yes. We're very good at ideas here. We're not very good at execution. I've decided.
To be fair, though, it'd be trying to link it up because we probably have to borrow like the ADC equipment if we could do something like that because we'd have enough boards and everything like that.
Yeah.
Phil, have you spoke to Cabby? I spoke to him a bit on WhatsApp. Nothing. He just kind of wants to keep his head down until everything's sorted out. Ryan Joyce has turned that one around, Gob. Van Dongen was in this one, but Joyce runs out the winner.
Oops. He does. Thibaut Tricol is on the not final leg because he's nowhere going to win this one. But he's 5-2 up. Martin Schindler's taken over against Cam Crabtree in 14 darts. Very impressed with Crabtree so far this season. Gezzy finds himself 1-0 behind to Lee Evans. Evans wants 24 for the second as well.
No, the paperwork's with home offices and everything like that, so it's how long's a bit of string, unfortunately.
Afternoon, Fred. How you doing?
How we doing?
Look, what else? A 6-1 win over Mensur Sulovic. Dukes is ill today, I think.
Yeah, Dukes and Dejuan both ill. Perhaps they had the same food from the hotel.
Jeff Smith finds himself 3-2 down to Luke Humphries, despite being 15 points lower in the averages. What? Mervyn King wins a scrappy one against Ronnie Hybrecht 6-5.
Cabby's he's still in Australia at the moment. Price has started to motor here. What do you think's happened to the sales? It rarely seems to throw above 90 these days. Again, we were chatting about this on the live lounge. I think it was the live lounge a little while ago, wouldn't we, God? That this is that Jose de Sales has been playing for a while, and he then literally burst onto the scene from kind of nowhere. In fairness, didn't he? The results that he started to pick up and the average he started to hit came from nowhere, and he had that 2.5 year golden spell. And now, has he reverted back to type and where he was, perhaps? And is that his level, that he just punched above his weight for a couple of years?
Potentially. I think what you've got to remember within that is when you are an unknown, you do have that shock ability. When we saw Rob Cross's meteoric rise, ridiculous, going price breaking in, we see it with youngsters and new tour card holders, Scott Williams producing shocks, etc. They're more capable players, etc. I do think the one measure we do have to be weary about is that obviously Jose he struggled up through COVID with his injection. That played a massive part in a dip in form. He said it had an issue with his arm. And just how much of Jose's relative success on TV was behind closed doors.
Yeah.
No, I think we'll ask Dozer later. He's on the live lounge later, but from my perspective from the outside, it seemed to be that Dozer was already struggling a little bit when he went on to win the Premier League and he started to decline. He just felt like he held on more than anything towards the back end. I think, again, that's a confidence thing of from the outside, it felt like Glenn used to love to play down his chances and play down his ability. But actually, when you are at that very, very top in the PDC, it's incredibly difficult. So you've got a target on your back. There's that relentless pressure. He made a lot of changes to his life, leaving his job. Then he came off social media because it became a distraction. I just think that as Glenn started to struggle, he had no other distraction, had no other out of it. You went straight from working where you had that release and you could just go back to the practice board a little bit, or when he gave up that job, he had social media for a while. He'd mess around with the likes of Matt Edgar, which got him in a bit of trouble, I guess, at times and whatever else. But without that distraction, without that outlet, all Glenn had all day, every day was to sit around thinking about how badly he's playing and then look for minor adjustments to correct it. And he almost wanted that correction to come too quickly, in my opinion, in searching for something that could quite easily be quite minute, he tried too much and went the other way.
I spoke to him about this, that it was he listened to advice he shouldn't have done when he moved from the pair flights to the kite flights. And then he starts, obviously, they fly different, blah, 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 blah. And he knew it wasn't right. And then he tried to change back. But because his throw had then changed to accommodate the kite flight, he then lost something, couldn't find it. And then you start over-correcting everything, and it's just never the same again. Does that make sense? But when you speak to him about it, he always says COVID had nothing to do with his downfall. He knew the squad was already in place before he got COVID.
Yeah.
How we doing? Weekly Darts Cast. I'm guessing it's Lau. Hope you are good. Joe Cullen takes the lead against Andy Bolton. MVG again in second gear, 2-0 up on George Killington.
Dave Chisnell is 3-2 up on Kevin Burnett, averaging 115.
Casual.
Solid.
All I can say, Lau, it wasn't me. I'll clear my name.
Or me. Or me.
How are we doing, Bob? Hope you are good. No official word why Adrian isn't playing. Johnny Clayton, 6-5 win over Darren Webster. Also, Ross Montgomery beats Ian White 6-5. That was 90 average for MVG. Yeah, it's... yeah, Gob has had a hair transplant. That's why the cap's on.
No, I just haven't done my hair. Look at it.
There's been signs that Jeffrey Deswan is getting back to an absolute beast. That 7-leg blitz at the UK Open Gob was one of the best spells of darts we've seen.
Yes. Very, very good. I'm not turning to Callum Rees because Callum Stars is like that. I just got out of bed late. And I'm in for a trim Wednesday because, you know, we're away for the seniors Thursday onwards. So you've got to look sharp, ain't you?
To be fair, I'm in tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Because I've got Newcastle first. Up to the northeast.
Why, aye, man.
Going up on the Wednesday. Stopping on the way up.
Why don't you stop in at Mr. Simpson's pub and then he doesn't need to send you any photos?
I sent me them, to be fair. I've got them yesterday, I think. Because I have some plans.
Chisnell now averaging 122. Has he done anything stupid yet? How do you up a 115 to a 122? lost the first in 15 with 7 remaining. So he'd already missed darts at that. Then wins in 15, 11, 12, lost in 15, wins in 11. Lobotka from Napoli going to Liverpool for 44 million. I don't even know who he is, I'll be honest. We certainly need something. We've been linked with a lot at the minute. We're after... There's a young Dutch lad that plays in the middle. No cage is rattling here, Joe, but she will be featured. Is it loaned out Carvalho? I guess Carvalho plays he plays a bit more further forward at times as well. When you've got Diaz fit again, Jota back, Harvey Elliott seems very same. Gravenbach, that's it. He looks solid. Look, if we don't get Jude Bellingham, I'm going to be quite annoyed because it's been a massive story for such a long time. But actually, if we go and replace him with 4 or 5 players, Lobotka, Gravenbach, to serious talks on Mason Mount, who I think is absolutely crap.
Keegan Brown,
and we won
3-0 up on Robert Cross, and they're both averaging 70s. Blech.
Who's the centre half? From...
I heard you're going to buy Davinson Sanchez.
No. Just Pro Tour and Women's Series this year, different class. Who's the centre back we were after? Vardio, that's it. But didn't he get absolutely turned inside out this week by getting the least mobile striker in the world, Erling Haaland? Dave Chisnell finishes with just a 117 average as he beats Kevin Bennett 6-3. Van Gerwen is averaging 88. Going Price over the line against Lee Evans. Wraps it up with a 12-darter. 6-3 win for the Iceman.
To be fair, though, Gob, you said it. This was MBG yesterday. That he played well once against Dirk, and that was it.
Yeah. That's all he needs to, though. Why waste energy? It's an incredibly busy time in the season. I'm surprised he's here, to be honest.
Well, he said it, he only went because he had the exhibition, didn't he? He played at the Nuremberg ring the night before. That crowd looked amazing as well, by the way.
Six 0 win in the end for Van Gogh and a 91 average for him. Interesting game on stream board. 1 warming up Alan Suter against Keen Barry. Danny Noppert 5 top on Karel Sedlacek averaging 97. Crabtree leading Schindler 5-2. Opens up at 5-3. Opens up leg 9 with a maximum. Heta goes level with Stephen Burton, 15 points higher. This is the horrendous part of the schedule, yeah. It's Germany, back to Newcastle, back to Germany, then it's Berlin, then they stay in Germany, then they're back, then it goes Amsterdam, Austria World Series, UK, Netherlands. It goes Amsterdam Premier League, Austrian Euro Tour, UK Premier League, Netherlands Euro Tour, yeah.
Yeah, I love Nico on comms. He's one of my favourites. But he's not everyone's cup of tea. I get that, but I rate him. Go on then, Gob. If you had to pick, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. I'll do mine as well. Your 5-man all-star punditry team, all woman, but you know what I mean. Your 5-person all-star punditry team. Which 5 are you picking? Chat room, get involved as well. I disagree there, John. I put Webby in that bracket. I think Webby's absolutely superb.
Mardle, Webster, Dawson, Mason. And then the last spot is between Nico and Murph for me.
Yeah, for me, Mardle, Webster, Dawson, Mason, Nico are my 5.
Oh, Suits has just missed a double for a 9 inside.
Oh.
I'm just watching it on stream now.
On that subject, Phil, assume you know, has Taylor been convinced?
Oh, it wasn't far away at all.
I don't think so. No.
I used to have part in that top 5, but I think he's struggling recently.
Yeah,
I'm not as
doesn't
convinced
follow
by him anymore.
he doesn't follow the tour enough.
Yeah.
And it then gets caught out when he tries to talk about it and gets it wrong. Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much. I don't mind waffling some darts.
Oh, I've noticed. Van der Velde beats Jose de Souza 6-4. That was streaming board too. That feels like that one's been on for a while now, actually.
Mind you, I've got to say, I do love the Dutch the Dutch punditry. Although at the time we don't know what they're saying, when the quotes get translated to English, they are absolutely brutal.
Yeah, they don't hold back.
And I'm all for it. Yeah, exactly that, John. And that's what we're talking about. He just guesses.
Because we didn't do all time, Daniel. We did current.
We're doing current, Dan. If you had to pick it now, not all time. If we do an all time, Sid Walks in there. Some of the best lines ever are from Sid and Gwynny and Dave Lanning. Look. Look, Murphy's fastly becoming superb. But he's, for me, just below the others at the moment. But the others have had a lot more time than him. But yeah, Murphy's a superb commentator.
The worry is.
Oh, Johnny, I'm with you there. Blackpool in July, London in December. Brock, I agree that she was poor. However, at the time, we all said it, but since then, a lot of stuff's come out. And at that point in her life, right then, Trina was in a dark, dark place to the point where she almost died through other things. So when you then know, you can kind of put into context why she wasn't great at Ali Pally-Gob.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
I agree. At the time, we all said that this is not great. But obviously, at the time, none of us knew the battles that Trina was facing at that point in her life. Obviously, it's all come out since that a couple of days after she finished at Ali Pally, she collapsed and almost died. So
we were talking about John Part, so I thought, you know what, I'll just have a nose at the Super Series, see where we are and see if we can get a table from him. John Part is 2-0 up on Steve West, averaging 103.
yeah, I did a sit down with her about it all, and the way she spoke about it afterwards, and she was so open about it was unreal. And it was really inspiring that she could talk about it, which was great. This is a top little contest on our feature game between two of the young guns in Josh Rock and Jean Van Veen. I really like Jean Van Veen as a player, Gob. I genuinely think he's got a huge future.
I do. Look, the standard concern that his angle of entry and the way that his darts work doesn't work for everyone, but
Nine darter for William O'Connor. Look at the average. 167 from the Magpie.
I missed it. Watch him in one of my boards as well. Yes, good effort, Jack.
2 days, 2 9 darters. Brendan Dolan yesterday. William O'Connor today. Keegan Brown dumps out Rob Cross. Great result for the Needle. Also, on one of your boards, Gob, Owen Bates is one away from beating the UK Open champion.
He's going to have to do it in a decided leg, though. Because Gilden wants 40 after 12 and Bates is back on 258. Five apiece.
Oh my, the big fish from Jean Van Veen. He's gone 180, 170 out. That's a little bit good.
Barney is playing. He lost first round.
Yeah. That's outstanding from Jean Van Veen.
Suits have just gone back to back again. This time he leads 56.
Yeah, Barney won. Yeah, remember what I mean him is 4-match starts. Barney survived.
Bears. All right.
Yeah, Warner and Goffin obviously didn't get the message this morning, Gob, did they?
Well, they're both on the same manufacturer, aren't they? So neither has a.
Hi, shirt friends. You know who's warming up on board 11, Gob?
Me.
I said 11, not 111.
The sound of haters everywhere.
Yes, Dan, welcome back. We've had a 9 darter from William O'Connor, and Jean Van Veen takes out 350 in 6 darts.
Correct.
It's a huge win for Owen Bates. We saw him at the Super Series win week number 2, and he's producing again. That's a great result to beat the UK Open champion, Andrew Gilding.
It wasn't either of us, Pete.
Yeah. John, no. Not been told.
We've not long had quite a few, have we? So.
There we go, Gob. Fallon Sherrock's debut on the Pro Tour.
Here we go then.
Yeah, I agree, John. I think that if you lose opening round in the Pro Tour, it should be 250 quid because you've still got expenses to cover. So I am fully with you on that one. So if you can sit on a table of 4 with one footballer, one darts player, and one WWE wrestler, who do you pick? Wow. I'm guessing
playing, yeah. PDC rule 4.2. Too late withdrawals this morning. A lot of players were phoned and asked, but a lot of Challenge Tour players are already returning home from Germany. She was in the building. Next ranked got a call up, her and Jelle Klassen.
Yeah, her and Jelle Klassen replaced Kevin Dutz and Jeffrey DeJuan. I would go Paolo Maldini.
Don't speak a word of the Queens. What are you going to do? Stare at the man all night?
He can speak English. Heard him interviewed in English loads. Yeah, Paolo Maldini. The wrestler, I am going Stone Cold, just over Triple H. And the darts one, Gary Anderson.
No, friend.
Harsh lesson for Fallon on the Pro Tour. Can't miss doubles.
Boris Kirchmar beat Stephen Bunting 6-5. Ricky Evans won away against Nick Kenny.
Oh, Jar, if we're talking about dead or alive, then it'd be Jockey. Alan Shearer, Dwayne Johnson, Fallon Sherrock for Dan. Who's your three then, Gob?
I'm not engaging because wrestling is bollocks.
Yeah, Gob has got a picture of Brock Lesnar on his wall.
I don't think Kyle Anderson has ever been called Brock Lesnar before. But yeah.
Super Mario holds. To be fair, the WWE theme music's top of Gob's Apple Music or Amazon Music, whatever his choice is.
Apple Music? What sort of a paedophile are you?
And it's endorsed by James Corden. What more do you want?
Christ. Did you really go second choice Amazon as well instead of Spotify? What is wrong with you? Someone check his hard drive now. I will literally send the chat room his address. Get the old bill round there right now. What am I working with?
Doesn't it have to be... the reason I said Amazon, doesn't it have to be Amazon Music for your Alexa?
No, link it to your Spotify.
That's right. That's why I said I thought, because I haven't got Alexa because I live in a flat. I don't need it. That's why I thought it had to be Amazon
I've
Music.
got 4 Alexas. And Roloff takes that 1-3-1 for a 2-1 lead on Richie Edhouse. Maybe 3-1. No, 2-1.
Devin Peterson 3-1 up on Brian Roman.
Hanky uses the radio, mate, because I don't get anything else.
He must be out soon. That smirk says he already is.
I don't know. O'Connor completes the win over Jimi Hendrix 6-1. It is a masonette. It's a flat with stairs, yeah.
Same thing. William O'Connor 6-1 over Jimi Hendrix goal, including a cheeky little 9.
Just said that before we bullied you about living in a masonette.
Oh, wait a minute.
You missed something. He's already 1-0 up. Sacked!
I'm trying to make graphics at the same time. Seeing that we're on air all day, I'm trying to make tonight's live lounge graphics.
Shocking. First leg of a Pro Tour match. No, Kyle did the first leg. On stream.
Yes, we have a guest, Alan, on tonight's live lounge. The one, the only Mr. Glenn Durrant.
Spellman, one of the Challenge Tour players called up due to Pro Tour absences.
I think so, yeah. Because he went to the Challenge Tour as well, didn't he? So he's been there.
Yeah.
Fallon finds a break back, trails 3-1. But, God, even though she's behind, she's had chances. This scoreline could easily be the other way.
Yeah.
And look, it's invaluable experience.
I'll keep playing well on the challenge tour, keep travelling and being in the vicinity anyway. You're going to get more chances.
Big result for Devon Peterson, averaging 95.
Comfortably Devon's best performance this year.
Yeah, 100%. Matt Campbell's already had a much better day than yesterday. It's only leg one. Mike Kyvenhoven is beating Aaron Monk, so everyone step away from the tables, chairs, and bins.
Peterson wraps up a 6-1 win.
Decent from Dave. Adam Warner on the stream, 4-2 up on Callum Goffin. Alex Spellman, 4-2 up on James Hurrell now. Steve Lennon, 2-1 up on Louis Williams. That's the start of the last 64 games. Richie Edas has the leg back against Owen Roloff. Gary Anderson, you had a classic on board, one gob. Go back to that world semi-final where Gary was just unplayable, wasn't he?
That set just blew him away, didn't it? It was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Including the 9, wasn't it?
Yeah. 9 to win the set, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Adam Warner, 1 away, now 5-2 up on Callum Goffin. As Super Mario goes 4-2 in front. So, Ben, I see this a lot, and a lot of people have said this. What was the point in Cabby going to Q school? So, you can't apply for a sports visa or even get a sports visa unless you've got a tour card job, because then the government irons you're not a professional player. So, it's like catch-22. What do? You can't apply for a visa without a card. So you've got to go before you can even apply.
Yeah.
Because that was the same for Kyle, wasn't it? That It took him, what, 6 months to sort his visa out?
Yeah. Scott Waits has just won a leg in 28 darts.
Yeah, the same with Paris Ben as well.
At their peak, Gando bashes Barney. Adam Warner comes for a 6-2 win over Callum Goffin.
Super Mario 108.
Goes in front on Fallon.
Scott Williams 2-0 up on MODUS Rasma.
Prime Gary literally went toe-to-toe with Prime MVG, and we're trying to suggest that Barney beats him after Prime MVG beats Prime Taylor. Nah.
Oh, Prime Ando beats Prime Barney.
100%.
For me.
If Prime MVG beats Prime Taylor, then Prime Gando walks past Prime Barney, because the best couple of years in Van Gerwen's dominance, Gary Anderson was right there in contention to be the best player in the world with him. Most dominant years that Van Gerwen had on tour, Gary picked up the world title at the end of the year. No idea on the World Cup at the minute. We're seeing that question a lot between Humphreys and Cross, but like 1 minute Cross is smashing stuff up, next minute he's averaging 80. Van Barneveld 6-1 win over Gert Nenches. Owen Rolos beats Richie Edhouse 6-4, and Mario van der Bujada beats Fallon 6-2. Barney has 5 world titles, 4 of which were from the BDO where he avoided the best player in the world. So are you trying to sit here and tell me that Doz was better than Van Gerwen because he won 3 back-to-back world titles in the same period?
Gary making a mess of this again.
Scoring ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was strong back then, and yes, he had to go through the likes of Richie Burnett, but still, come on. Yes, Spellman's performances in PDC events have absolutely no bearing on the American World Cup spot.
Have they gone out of sync?
Say something again.
Sorry, I was just working away.
Oh, yeah, you're way behind. You're way behind.
Let me finish these graphics first, and then I'll try and sort it.
Or you could just not talk.
And that.
Glassen's been around pretty much for as long as everybody else on tour, but you forget how young he was when he was youngest ever world champion, wasn't he?
I think so.
Now that I won't agree with. Despite the absence of World Championship finals, Prime Wade is better than Prime Whitlock.
I agree, but Whitlock has something on the CV.
Oh yeah,
that
he's
James
got
Wade
World
doesn't.
Finals and he's got a World Cup, but Wadey's won enough majors elsewhere alone. Are you covering up a murder, Phil? Did you forget to use Calgon and now your washing machine's dead?
Right, am I back in sync now?
Say something again, I wasn't looking.
Am I back in sync now?
Yes.
Sweet.
What do you mean I cannot possibly say Anderson is better than Barney? Barney won 5 world titles, 4 in the BDO, avoiding Phil Taylor. And when he did make the move over, his last major tournament doesn't exist anymore.
To be fair, Daniel, I'm in
His
the camp as well.
major title doesn't exist anymore. He won the Grand Slam when it was unranked. He had a UK Open in there when he first moved over. Barney is a massive, massive underachiever. Gary was in back-to-back World Championship finals in one of the strongest eras of the sport. For what Barney did for the game, moving over, massive. Will never be. I don't think that'll ever be stated enough how much of an impact Barney's move had on darts. That pretty much cemented the PDC as the top. When Barney made that move, that was it. PDC were number 1. But Gary Anderson, no. For me, he's better than Barney. Phil Taylor would not have less than 3 world championships in this era. Come on now.
Gary Anderson has moved through the gears here, God. Trailed 3-1, 3 on the spin.
Phil was literally retiring in a year and made a final, where he's beaten by an exceptional Rob Cross. Come on now. If Lewis won the title in 2016, do you think we wouldn't have seen the massive downfall? Would that have been his third? Was that against Gary?
Yeah.
I don't know. I still think Lewis went through management issues and the like. Joe Davis was injured for a while. He had a really bad wrist injury. That's the issue with the World Youth Championship and then getting into the Slam. Like, he was so far out for carrying an injury.
Yeah,
actually, the reward for being in that World Youth Championship final wasn't that great for him.
He had real bad tennis elbow, and he openly said he went to the Grand Slam knowing he couldn't win a game, but just went there to pick up the $5,000.
Yeah.
In terms of PDC, though, Daniel, Gary Anderson has 2 world titles, 3 world finals in a row, 2 Premier Leagues, and the match play. He holds the big 3 in Premier League in PDC darts.
In PDC titles, Barney is only just level with Adrian Lewis.
Yeah.
Who we're sat here calling one of the biggest underachievers for the amount of talent the man had. And is a 2-time back-to-back world champion.
Yes, Jar, you know, the Triple Crown.
Matt Campbell's a winner. 6-2 over Jose Justicia, averaging 98.
It's amazing what happens when you
That's
get
over
a good
double
night's
yesterday's effort. He's still going, yeah. Everton weights, 5 apiece, both averaging mid-80s. Daniel Close is 2-1 up on Luke Woodhouse, averaging 81. Madas Razma, 4-3 up on Scott Williams, averaging 99. Williams, 92. Josh Payne, Thibaut Tricol underway. First leg to the Frenchman, averaging 75. Mike De Decker's 5-3 up on Christian Kiss, 94, averaging that one. And Ryan Joyce leads Simon Whitlock 3-2, averaging 88. What is going on?
Or in the words of the great Rod Studd, what's happening here? What's going on? Gary's just changed his MO, and look, 16s is a better breakdown. So it's playing the percentages.
Yes. All right. Even if you take out the 2 World Championship finals against Manly, he still won 14 of the fuckers.
Gary Anderson seals victory over Jelle Klassen. I've not got the stream games up, Gob. Is Ross Smith, Cameron Menzies streamed or not?
It can't be because it already was earlier. So they'll move it away.
That's going as feature game then.
I think. Yeah, 64. Yeah, they both played on stream earlier.
So a bit of Menzies and Smith.
MVG arrived on the scene in 2013. Yeah, and then look at their head-to-head in World Championships. You can say Taylor never won another, but MVG never beat him. Or his record was better in World Championships. I've got it written down somewhere because we have this debate all the bloody time.
Anderson was just... Oh, my apologies. I didn't know Gary was streamed because I'm creating. Jeffrey Sparadan has beaten Gabriel Clemens. That's a good question, Ben, and I like it. Chat room, get involved as well. Who would your Mount Rushmore of darts be?
How many people are on Mount Rushmore?
4.
Wrong notebook.
Scott Williams beat Madders Rasma. I was waiting for that result to come in. I love that, Pete. Mine would be, I would go Bristow, Taylor, MVG, who would my 4th be? Probably Gary. I think that would be my 4. Gary Anderson is 1 win away from jumping into the green for the race for the World Match Play. Richard Vinstra, 3-1 up on Dave Chisnell. Chisnell's gone from the sublime to bang average. Did someone ask who Damon Hector was playing next? 2 seconds. I shall have a look. Gary Anderson will play Luke Humphreys in the last 32, sorry. Right, Suter. Hector. Damon Hetta will play Barry Van Peer next on board 7.
Can't find it.
So anyway, your Mount Rushmore of darts, what are you going for?
Me. Taylor 1. Eric 2. Barney 3. There's Jacqueline 4.
What a weapon. Oh. I dare you to put that on social media.
Our Lord and Saviour himself.
Josh Payne. Take him seriously. What a clown.
No. Look. There's no Barney hate. What he did for the game by moving over cannot be matched. And I said that. But in terms of ability, I think Gary Anderson is a better player.
Barney didn't make my Mount Rushmore.
Mount Rushmore for me is the most important people in the game. Or right up there at that level. Eric, Phil Taylor, Barney. Look, there's an argument. The fourth one isn't even a player.
What, you putting Bazza up there?
Barry, Sid, Tommy Cox. There's an argument it's Trina.
I can't say what I want to on here, but there's just no way Barney's on. You know what I got.
I mean, you don't dream of yellow glasses, of pink lensed glasses, Alan.
And Candy Crush shirts.
Out, mate. You're missing out, pal. I'm actually cursed. James Wade just went back to back.
009?
Going Price just took out 160 for a 12 dart leg. Now then. I don't know nothing like Neil's on about. Simon Whitlock beats Ryan Joyce 6-5.
After a poor run from Whitlock yesterday, that's a decent comeback.
Daniel, did you just say Barney's more consistent in terms of rankings and titles? Until recently, he was the lowest ranked player to ever be invited to the Premier League. He won the Grand Slam in 2014, but it wasn't ranked. And his last major ranked TV title remains the Las Vegas Desert Classic, which no longer exists.
Classic Monk.
I think he has. In his PDC career, Barney underachieved, the same way Adrian Lewis did.
Yeah, Chizzy's put 12 points on his average to spin this one around.
Nine world titles. If you dare count the World Cup in that. If MVG is the best ever in your book, John, but he's only won 3 world championships out of 12 attempts now, maybe more? There is other tournaments than the World Championships a year, but the argument for Barney being up there is he's won 5 World Championships. He's won fuck all else, quite frankly. It can't work one way when you need it and not the other. Oh dear. Good luck, Laura.
Right, feature game. We're going MVG Copenhagen. God, we said how good Devon was in his first round game, but he's reverted to type 2 apiece, averaging 76 for Keegan Brown.
Keegan's a lot better player than what we've seen from today, but he's already just snuck past Rob Cross as well.
Yeah.
He's been really good this season. I don't know where this form is coming from. In terms of importance to the sport, Barney is higher than Gary, but in terms of ability, Gary's a better dart player.
Dave Chisnell wins the last leg decider against Richard Vinstra. And Copenhagen has taken the opener against MVG. God, I've just seen, he might have said it yesterday, but I've only just seen the quote on social. Vincent Kompany after the City defeat yesterday, and I love this. This is why I think he's going to be an absolute top draw manager. It is such an important moment. We go back to the training ground. We are not first place in the championship. We're 21st in English football. That's why we can't rest. I love that.
Yeah. That was before the match, yeah.
Is that... No, this was after he said this.
I'd heard that he was calling them 21st in English football before the game. Someone quoted that to me well in advance. Dimitri bangs in a 130 for a 4-1 lead on Alan Suter. Brendan Dolan beats Florian Hempel. That was on streaming board too.
Daniel, he probably has been saying it all season. I just don't really follow Burnley.
Did you see Will Still's reign is over? Not reign, but run.
No.
Yeah, they lost 2-1 to Marseille yesterday.
Pete, is Conte still in charge after the international break? What do you reckon? Ratajski beats Ryan Meikle.
Sacking him, he'd be gone.
What's that?
If you were sacking him, he'd be gone.
Well, there was a meeting yesterday, wasn't there? And he's now 1-6 to go.
He might well be 1-6 to go, but he's waiting to be pushed because then he gets a payout.
Oh yeah. He won't leave. He's there. It's like, you've got to sack me.
Will Still is an English-speaking manager currently in charge of Rennes in France.
Yeah.
the big story around him was that he learned to manage via Football Manager, but he's come out and said that's complete shit. Ricardo Petretsko beats Johnny Clayton 6-4. Luke Humphries wraps up a 6-3 win over Niels Zonneveld. That's the one.
Ricky Evans, again, it's happening to Gerwin Price again. He trails 5-4 to Ricky Evans, despite being 9 points better off than the averages. And when I say 9 points, in relation that Gezzy's averaging 105. Alan, easy for me. I want Poch back. I didn't want Poch sacked in the first place.
That doesn't surprise me too sure. I can't believe Chelsea sacked him, to be honest.
Yeah, John, I get he won nothing. However, he got us to a Champions League final on an absolute lowball budget. Under him, we played amazingly good football. We were challenging for honours. Okay, we didn't win anything. I'll fully get that. But I would rather be an average team and play the way we did under Poch than be an average team and do what we're doing under Conte. Yeah, Pete, we were awful in his last season. I fully take that. But in that summer, he told us
to break down.
He told us and told the board that, look, I've taken this squad as far as I can take it. It needs to be reinvested in. And we spent nothing that summer. So when your manager's telling you that this squad is done, it needs reinvesting, and you don't back him, what do you kind of expect?
Anyway, Dart Show.
Oh, it's all right when Liverpool do it, Mal. You're happy to talk about it then, aren't you?
Yeah. Price survives. He beats Ricky Evans 6-5.
But Liverpool are huge. To be fair, John, I hate Liverpool. I don't even hide the facts. In fact, I hate Liverpool more than Arsenal.
Because we're fucking massive, lad.
It's not. It's because round here, there are hundreds of Liverpool fans that just do my absolute nutting that have never even been north of Hurstbourne Tarrant and just go on about Liverpool. I'm like, you've never even blooming been. Shut up. Get back in your hole.
That is the poshest way of saying the Watford Gap I've ever heard. Hang on, people call me posh, and he's just quoted some rogue little village in the middle of nowhere. What is that? Christ.
Mike Kyvenhoven is absolutely in a dream position here, Gob. 3-1 up, throwing for 4-1.
Flying.
Should be 4-1 from here.
You're flying without wings. No, he would not, Brock.
Christoph Kachuk has beaten Ross Montgomery 6-4, and Clivenhoven does punish his 4-1 up. Owen Roloff 3-1 up on Jean Van Veen. Again, tidy game this guy. When some of these Dutch youngsters coming through, I look in the business. The averages are good. Performance levels are good.
Averages are strange. Actions are strange.
Devon Peterson, Keegan Brown going all the way. That's 5 apiece on board 15. Remember, everyone in the chat room, come and say hi, drop us a like and subscribe as well. Cam Crabtree has one back against William O'Connor, but O'Connor bossing the averages and still is on the cusp of victory. Either Andy Bolton or James Hurrell will be in the last 32. What does the Super Series mean? It's just the name of it, the MODUS Super Series. With coaching becoming more popular, have a few you would recommend. Look, the three that I know of that are very good. Look, I've not been to any of the three, but listening to the feedback of people I know that have been to one of the three. Obviously, you've got Wayne, but his diary is very full. But the feedback you hear from people that have been to Wayne is very good. I know a few that have been to Glendoran, and again, very, very good. And I know a few that have been to Paul Nicholson as well, and again, very recommended. So they're the three that, again, I've not been to myself, but from people that I know that have been, are highly recommended.
I'd love to do that, though. I think that'll make good content as well. I think you should bring your camera and I should go for a coaching session with each of the top coaches.
I'm up for that. Keegan Brown has beaten Devon Peterson 6-5. And William O'Connor does beat Cam Crabtree. No problems, Tommy. Yeah, like I say, I've never been to any of the three, but I know people that have, and they were very, very impressed with all three. And I've got to say, I actually like that more people are going to coaching, Gob.
I do, and it depends what they're using the coaching for. I think because it's so new, you look at players, the ones that have been most open and honest about using coaching very, very recently are two players who we have seen one of some of the most significant downfalls in the sport. In Glendoran and Devon Peterson. So there is still that apprehension. I think because there's no textbook way to throw a dart, right? There never will be, whether you have different angle because you've got a different flight or stem on it or anything like that. It's not like golf, where there is a plane of movement that your club should follow. In an ideal world, you can have little idiosyncrasies within that, and good coaches will tell you how to work through that. But for a lot of these players, there are some very strange stories on tour. Some throws that you look at and go, I would never, ever coach that. I would never, ever teach somebody to throw a dart like that. But it works for them. And if a player like that went through coaching, does the coach only know how to teach to a standard model, or do they know how to embrace that but go, actually, this is what you're doing different to when you do play well? Because that's the big thing for me at this level. And at the pro level, you ideally need footage to games when you're playing well. You need on camera. It's so difficult to do it as well, I think, because the minute you know there's a camera on you specifically to look at your action, I think you're going to throw differently to how you do at 9-9 in a game in a race to 10. I know from my experience that I have set points in my action now that I like to check every now and again that are in the right place, where I'm bringing my elbow to in terms of sight of vision, how I'm gripping the dart and all that sort of thing. And that's a lot more pronounced now in my action, in my setup, in the way that I approach the hockey in a game. But I also know that at 3 apiece in a Super League game, that's going to go completely out the window, and it's all about getting the result.
I like that,
The
John.
thing that will prove
I like
coaching
that.
works is the JDC players coming through. Who are in academies, who are in that sort of environment. You look at some of the performances from players within those setups at the minute, ridiculously good.
Somehow, Gob, Michael Van Gogh is in front. Averaging, he's 95 now, but he's been poor for large parts of this game. The same as yesterday, just getting away with it. And I can't help but feel that there is an element of players still think when they play him.
Looks it.
Oh, did you get the message I sent you as well?
Yes, I don't know. Which one? Just the extension?
The email one that they want to know.
Yeah. Do they mean the player or
No.
the other one?
Yeah.
What time did you finish yesterday?
About 6:30-ish, I think.
I'll text him.
Jean Van Veen is on a huge comeback here as well. Owen Roloff was absolutely bossing this one, but Van Veen is back in it.
That was an 11 dart leg from Gerwin Price. No.
Michael Van Gerwen wins 6-4 from 4-1 down. I tell you what though, God, forget performances and whatever. His mental resilience is unreal.
Big target on his back.
Oh, he's got a big set of kahunas. He don't care, does he?
Yeah. I don't want to get involved in an argument earlier either, but when you look at the best players' records in the big events as well, to carry that target for so long, you think how long Phil carried that record of getting past the quarters or the semis before Mardle breaks him? I just gave him the right motivation, John. That was it. That's all that was.
Streamboard 2 is going for a little blip. Gary Anderson, Luke Humphreys. Do we want Gerwin Price, Scott Williams, or Gary Anderson, Luke Humphreys?
Kezi.
Sorry, God, the chat room has outvoted you. They all want Gary Luke.
They do, but we've already had Gary and Luke on the stream, and we had Gary featured when he wasn't on the stream.
What's your point?
Lots of Gary. We're mixing it up.
No, we're not. More Gary.
That's cool. Yes, Stephen, it is. For the greatest player of all time to not get 6.
Jean Van Veen completes a remarkable comeback job. 5-1 down to win 5 on the spin.
They good that.
Yeah.
What's happening with
happening
board 2?
on-
Oh, streaming board. Just messing around, I think.
Yeah, I don't think the internet is particularly great.
Actual board 2, Dimitri Vandenberg's won the lot. Scott Williams banging a 160. See?
Gary Anderson averaging 117 right now. See?
Timmy's also been on the stream already, though. That game will not be streamed. Yeah, board 1 broken. Unless they're just waiting, to be fair. 32, first game. I think we might see Whitlock Van Gerwen move to the streaming board. Mark these words.
I remember last time you said something like that, it all went wrong.
No, I didn't. I've nailed the streaming boards the last few weeks. Thank you very much. Whitlock VMVG streamed indeed, and Chizzy versus Barney. It's what I do. Thanks for coming, Barzy. It's just popped up as the banner here. Oi!
What?
Turn it up. Yeah, Whitlock v Van Gogh will be streamed.
Gerwyn Price averaging 112 right now, a little bit good, 4-1 up. Luke Humphreys has moved through the gears as well.
Serves you right. And I'm a Gary fan.
Oh. Any rumours or knowledge of players switching? Lots of rumours. It's not quite the season to be moving. Normally players move in the summer, God, don't they? That's when contracts seem to expire traditionally.
It's either that or just as the world are changing, so you just missed one. It's like the football. It's like 2 transfer windows.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Pro Tours being practiced for the big names and they don't take them serious? I think that's the issue at this part of the year, is that they're getting enough match practice with Premier League and World Series and travelling for Euro Tours and exhibition work that they can get in Europe ahead of Euro Tour evenings, etc. These are more of a hindrance, to be honest. I love you, Boise. What did he miss? Did he miss the 9? Gary moves back in front. Jeffrey Sparanans levels up with Dimitri van den Berg. Andy Bolton leads James Hurrell 4-3. Nothing on 3 on 4. Mike De Decker, William O'Connor just getting underway. That's about to be the streaming board, so that needs to change.
That's not bad. If they both win, MVG and Price will meet in the last 16, as John has just said.
Oops. Why is it stupid? That's the way seedings work.
I'm a Luke fan, yeah, but I can't help but like Gary though. Do I think that Jean Van Veen has been the standout for new tour card holders this year? I think so far he's certainly right up there.
Yeah, but that's the way seedings work, John. We ain't got a choice. Also, can we just point out the typo in Dan's message, where instead of calling me Gob, he's referred to me as God? That is I.
To be fair, Knob would probably be better.
Speaking of,
Stephen, as regards to Jenks, yeah, look, that does have an issue because he does put so much pressure on himself because it is playing at home for him.
the first week he qualified, he went out during the day and he literally was just on a bit of a crawl and was just dragging random people from Portsmouth in with him. He was like the Pied Piper, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. Gary Anderson is averaging 107 right now, Gob, and looking sensational.
Just gone above the average that Gerwin Price has produced because he's a 6-2 winner, averaging 105.
Also, if he completes victory, I think he goes 14 on the match play order of merit above Daryl Gurney.
Sweet Caroline.
Ba, ba, ba. However, Luke Humphries with a well-timed 180, but will he get a go is the question. Gary Anderson's missed. I'm not sure what he's done there, but he's missed.
What the bloody hell is going on?
What's happening here? You'd expect Luke not to give Gary a second chance in this leg. And doesn't. But it's only a hold of throw. Gary Anderson has mismatched darts, but will now throw to serve this one. Just saying, if Gary wins this game, Johnny, Gary jumps above Daryl in the match play race.
It's like being back in 2015, John. Gary's the best player in the world.
To be fair, that game in Dubai between Gary and Michael, I could literally watch it all day long.
Yes.
Just ridiculous. Yeah, we know he's got Euro Tours, Johnny, but again, I don't mean this horribly, but I would much more Gary Anderson be at the World Match Play than Daryl Gurney from a content point of view, because Gary's going to say something controversial if we interview him and Daryl doesn't.
Oh, look at that. 6 straight wins for Whitlock, and he's rocked up in a green top to play Van Gerwen.
God, do you remember that interview we did with Gary at the fishing? He sat by the lakes, said nothing, and he got like 30k views.
Yes.
More match starts missed for Gary Anderson. This is for a breaker throw. Luke Humphreys on a comeback charge. Gary Anderson has missed match starts in the last 2 legs. This one's going the distance. You can tell. Look, the likelihood is Simon's had that shot on all day, but I'd love it, and we'll just spin the narrative anyway. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, that he's deliberately changing that to that shirt for this game.
Wow, Demetrius took out 155 to go 4-3 up on Jeffrey Sparrowdowns.
No, he's not gone. Look, this is Luke Humphreys' darts. Gary still has the darts if it goes the distance. But when you have mismatched darts in the last 2 legs, it does play on your mind a little bit. Doesn't matter who you are. So Luke Humphreys, 60 for 5 apiece, and to send us to the Noble. Gone round the houses. Let's see if Gary takes this first of all. So I've got a thing on Luke Humphreys and tops. As Gary looks at 51 more match darts. This time he gets the... I've always thought, God, the size of Luke Humphreys' darts, tops is not a good option for him. Because they're so long, trying to navigate that first dart can be very difficult.
Essentially. You're asking the wrong man here. My darts are way short.
Your darts are tiny. They all need to learn to throw the flatty. Right, do we want key? Should we go Mike Decker, William O'Connor, but poised at 2 apiece?
Yes. Or we could wait for James Wade, Owen Bates. What game?
We'll put this one up, and if it's shite, we'll change it.
Whitlock's on stream, Johnny Boy. Not going up.
Yeah, we got the Barney alarm, Rob. Don't worry about that. Never miss a chance to get the Barney alarm in, because Jar loves it.
Bless him. Whitlock's missed doubles in both of the opening legs and finds himself 2-0 behind. How has Ted Evans got on today? He lost in the last round to Owen Bates 6-5.
I agree, John. Chizzy is on fire, but the action it's horrible. MVG 3-0 up on Whitlock now. Just notice because they're both on stream at the same time. Whitlock and Chizzy having exactly the same back end of the dart.
I didn't think they came in that colour.
Oh, I lied. So Daryl Gurney is still in front of Anderson on count back, but both on 25 grand at the moment. I'm going to call it, Gob. If Gary Anderson wins the Pro Tour today, he's going to the match play. He's in.
He's got 4 more games yet, man. Oh, Drosses.
I know. In terms of monetary value, that puts him on 35 and would gallop him up to 4th in the order of merit. If he wins today, he's there.
Yeah. Ish.
I'm not getting it. I'm just telling it in terms of monetary value. If he wins today, he's there. Chizzy, no, he did, Rob. The first set, so the first time Chizzy ever used this setup was Ross Smith's white ones, but obviously Dave Chisholm doesn't like throwing white flights. He's always throwing yellow, so he painted them ones, and then he got some of the yellow ones. No, Ben, Adrian Lewis didn't play today. God, Boise wants to know, is Ryan Searle in the match play?
How's your area feeling, Mr. Boyce? He's already on Twitter telling people not to believe what we say. Adam Small has just gone, not another Monday wedding for Lee Boyce, is it? Tag me and you in. And Lee was like, don't you start as well, Adam. However, what I will say is don't believe anything Phil and Gob say about my absence. I was like, nothing to be ashamed of, buddy. Scissors emoji, aubergine.
Jean Van Veen against Thibaut Tricol for a place in the last 16. Andy Bolton against Pascal Reprex. No, Danny, they don't normally go dark green until the last block. Oh, afternoon Mafia. Oh, love a bit of soap and maybe a bit of fairy liquid on me cornflakes as well. Oof. Anyway, how we doing, Matt? Hope you are good, buddy. It's a running joke about Ryan Searle that God was so protective about calling him in when we were doing it ages in advance.
We made it by 50 quid in the last event.
But were we right?
You got lucky.
Dave Chisnell absolutely romping here. 4-0 up on Raymond van Barneveld, averaging 105.5. God, Matt said he's just sobered up at last.
Struggling, bless him.
Well, Stephen, that was hard graft to get 3.5 minutes out of that. Simon Whitlock back to within 1, and is now throwing for 3-all. Steve Lennon going all the way. He's 5 apiece for Ricardo Petrezco. That's a
Never
good
bribed
point.
me with
God.
$1 before.
All right. Will Price and MVG, surely they will stream it, even though MVG is on the stream now?
You guess not.
No, we've seen people have, was it 5 games in a row on the stream before?
Collins the only one.
Yeah. Fallon lost 6-2, Johnny. Missed doubles. Look, for the first time on the Pro Tour, I thought she played okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good learning curve and good experience. MVG 5-2 in front. We will put the James Wade game on the feature game once this one is done. However, Gob, I'm going to let you do it.
Go on, Mike.
Oh, I think he's missed it. I think he's missed double 18 for the 9, Gob.
Ah!
Then he's gone round the houses. It was Mario Van den Bergade. But Mike De Decker does get the job done. Well, as promised, we'll have a bit of James Wade and Owen Bates as our feature game there. Just going to watch it on the stream now. MVG 1, 2, 4. We know it goes. Which way does he go? 54. Bullseye! Thibaut Tricol and Jean Van Veen level at 2 apiece. Again, Jean Van Veen's average is astronomical again. Currently 105. Cano and Bates level this up at 1 apiece. Wade poised on 102. You don't really want to be giving him a go. That's for sure. But he's going to get a go, Gob. What are we going? 60, big 2, plumb in the middle of tops.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm miles away.
There we go. As if by magic.
Come on. Wadey, baby.
Gary Anderson against Dimitri and MVG against Price being Stream Gob. Don't shake your head. They're the best 2 tyres of the round.
They should have planned better then.
Why? What does it matter if you're on the stream board twice in a row? Does it matter?
That'd be Gary's third. No, wait, second. If you keep going later, they're going to be on again at least. Minimum. Mix it up. Like a big mixing pot. Ooh, Gian Van Veen takes out 116, averaging 104. 3-2 up on Thibaut Tricot. I mean, you don't want to watch Chris Chuck against Andy Bolton.
Not particularly. Barney's back within 1. Chisnell's average has dropped to a measly 97 from where it was. But Barney is...
Mismatched starts as well.
Yeah. Barney pins the 81 to break and is now throwing for 5 apiece.
Gary Anderson would win from here.
Ross Smith currently 4-1 up on Jurgen van der Velde. Oh, I thought that last one was in. I was going to go, no, Dave.
Yeah, someone needs to be right to the pit. Daniela, that was in. It just was.
It's fair, it looked in. That's why I had to wait for the score to change. I was
Okay. That'd be 7, 8. Yes, he's on for it. Yes.
Just pretend it's in. Yes. Double 12. Yeah. Thibaut Tricot levels it up with Jean Van Veen. That's tied at 3 apiece. A very tidy affair in that one. Chizzy Sills victory over RBB. No more Barney alarm today. Jar will be happy.
Just play it once more anyway. Weedy baby.
It's a huge chance here. Literally, looking at the race for the match play, out of the top 16, there's only 3 that are left in. Right, Ratajski 5-2 up now on Boris Kirchmar. Oh, have you ever met Boris Kirchmar in person?
Nope.
Oh my God, he is absolutely what a man mountain. He's huge.
He's the sort of guy that if you walked into a dark alley and he tells you today is Wednesday, then you just say yes, it is, and carry on.
I just think, tell me whatever day of the week it is, and you can tell me the sky was green, and I'd agree. Oh my God.
You'll get to see Worsley versus Klassenbrock.
Yes. Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. Johnny got to the final a couple of weeks ago. Lost to Ross Smith. Players Championship 4 or 5?
It was an odd number. 3. It was
5,
Saturday.
then.
5, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, he lost to Smudger in the final. There is Michael Van Gogh going price on stream board number 2. Just looking, I didn't realise how far clear Luke Humphries was at the top of the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
Is he comfortable?
He's on 195 grand. Second is Chisnell, 146. It's interesting as well. I know before anyone says it, I fully appreciate there are loads and loads of darts to be playing between now and then. But on the tour card race, God, provisionally, Danny Noppert and Luke Humphries are world 3 and 4.
Consistency, and they won majors last year. So obviously, anyone that's defending from the year before is dropping off. They've got majors in the bank, or Luke's got 4 Euro Tours.
However, the gap between 2 and 3 is a world championship win. The gap at the top is arguably never been bigger.
Yeah.
Between Smith, Van Gogh, and then the drop to 3 and down is huge. But look, Going price is currently 5. Look, I think he adds a TV title. I don't see him not winning a TV title this year. So that will instantly bump at least 100 grand on there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's nuts. How we doing, TJ? Hope you're good, mate. Welcome along, everyone. If they're just joining us for the afternoon, whether you're on the school run listening along or something like that. Love that, Dan. Love that. Jean Van Veen from 4-all was 1-2 on the spin to beat Thibaut Tricol, the young Dutchman, into the last 16. Who are we saying then? Price or MVG? On form and what we've seen, Gerwyn Price is playing better than Michael van Gerwen.
Yes.
So on current form, as in Pro Tour form, what we've seen, Gezi is playing much better. But like yesterday, when Michael was asked the question by Dirk, he had the answers, even though he didn't play particularly well. Was that reply I put in WhatsApp all right, Gob?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't want it to get lost.
No, sound. Have they changed their mind? I thought Anderson van den Berg was going to be streamed.
Must have changed their mind. So no, Gary Anderson won't be.
No, and he nearly started with a 9, didn't he? Back to back, and then he scores 95. That's what, 4 or 5 chances today where I've seen the back to back. And the one time there was a 9, he missed it. He just take
All good, cheers, Cameron. All good. Gary Anderson, Dimitri van den Berg. Dave Chisnall against Christoph Ratajski, also warming up in the last 16. To be fair, today seems to be progressing quicker than yesterday's. Yesterday seemed really slow.
Makes a change.
Gary Anderson, after 2 legs gob, is averaging 120.
Steady.
Yeah, that didn't help Sam. I'll give you that one.
Oh, I was having a snooker discussion yesterday. I think your 2 value bets this year are Mark Allen and Sean Murphy. The 4 they've actually got above them in there.
I thought you were going to
the
say
4 they've actually got above. Betting's a hush-hush in the sport in a minute. The 4 they've got above are Ronnie Judd, Selby, and one other. And I don't think any of them have been particularly good this year.
Just out of interest, how are they filling the spots in the World Championship this year? Because there's a large percentage of the tour that are unavailable to play.
There's only 32 to make it. It's only top 16 guaranteed and then 16 through qualifiers, isn't it? So it's just, if it's a top 16 player, they move it up 1.
Is it wrong that I fancy getting a request to bet in that say that someone gets pulled out of the World Championships mid-tournament because they've been on the fiddle?
Not good luck, is it?
No, it's horrific. And the worst bit is as well, is by the look of it, Gob, the outcome of the disciplinary procedures against, was it 10 or 11 that was suspended first of all? Forget Mark King. Was it 10 or 11?
I think there's 9 or 10 Chinese players now suspended. Wow,
so
Jimmy.
The outcome, oh, Dimitri, that's a little bit good. So the outcome of that disciplinary hearing, I've heard, is going to drop in the middle of the World Championships. How bad of a look is that information comes out in the middle of the Worlds?
Not great. What? I hate this so.
Gary back in front. Rob, the reason why is it's because it's been done, or it's being done by an independent body, And that's the day they set the hearings and that for. It just doesn't make any sense.
Would I make a Stan Moody? Got to be allowed to develop, potentially. He's just won a tour card, hasn't he? I think it's too early for him.
What a horrific first leg from both on the stream. Gary Anderson, Dimitri Van den Berg, both missing opportunities here. But Van den Berg should level. Anderson could be 4-2 up, but looking as if it's going to be 3 apiece. And it is. Dimitri pins the 39 in 2. No, Ruprek lost 6-3 to Andy Bolton in the last 32, but another good run. Ricardo Petretsko is averaging 102 right now, and he's 3-0 up on Keegan Brangob. He's doing a lot right at the moment. I like the look of Petrescu. He's just slowly progressing and doing bits.
I can't work out if I like his action or not.
I was thinking about this the other day. Let's have another look. I've got another point as well, but I'll come on to that once I've seen his action.
Elbows high, follow through is nice. It's the grip I'm not sure about. I've never seen 2 fingers up.
The other bit that I've got questions on, is that shirt going to be allowed on TV?
I doubt it.
It's got a great big Pikachu on the back.
It looks like it's just the back of him, though. Back of Pikachu, though, which might be how they're getting around copyright issues.
Possibly, yeah.
I spend enough time on YouTube and Reddit and whatever else to know that of all the companies in the world, Pokemon take copyright incredibly seriously and will just come after you.
Oh, completely. Wade's been doing all right. Look, he's not been blistering, but he's just been steadily progressive and effective. God, would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, look, without the Premier League and everything else, he's going under the radar a bit, isn't he? Which probably suits him.
Yeah.
Every time he has one of these dips in forms, not being in the spotlight, just going away, racking up Pro Tour wins, is what suits James Wade best.
.76, and it goes break a throw. Gary Anderson still averaging 111 right now, Gob.
Yes. The fact that it's so close when he's averaging what he is fair play to Dimitri, but I can't remember. I've lost count how many times I've looked over, and the first visit has been a maximum from Gary.
Yeah. And then a 55. That's what we like.
He's back. What's going off here then? There's nothing wrong with being a first dart merchant if your first dart is good. Game show and the match. Gary Anderson. 6-3 win for the Flying Scotsman, 110 average.
Are you saying it yet?
I'm saying, if somebody somewhere has managed to motivate Gary Anderson, thank you. Or commiserations if you're a player, if you're an idiot.
Are you saying those Harry Potter words yet?
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no.
He's back.
They're reserved for one man and one man only. So a bit of Chizzy and Ratajski as the feature. You're a wizard, You're
Gary.
a wizard, Gary.
I like that. Fan of that one. Gary Anderson up to 13th on the match play order of merit. Have you heard? Gary Anderson's the new Gryffindor Seeker.
I've already seen this once from Gezi. He wants 160 for a 5-2 lead.
Look, to be fair, MVG's gotten away with this most of the weekend. This is where the run comes to an end.
He's just missed out again. 54, 3 in hand. Leaves double 10. And Gezi punishes 60 in 2. Christopher Ratajski 2-0 up on Dave Chisnell, averaging 120. Now then.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a good point. On the old, we've looked at the wrong match play. On the old Pro Tour order of merit. Interesting news as well, Gob. The result here so far, regardless of this result, even if MVG was to turn it around, Going Price is back in the top 16 of the Pro Tour order of merit. I tell you, it was also slid quite considerably and is now in a little bit of danger. It's Joe Cullen, 14th on the Pro Tour order of merit now.
Yeah, poor start to the year for Joe.
Needs some Euro Tour money and quickly. Chizzy to get a leg back and stop this blitz from Christoph Ratajski. I'll email you the WeTransfer link as well.
You sent me one, but that was the videos, didn't you?
Yeah, I'll send you the photo. They're not great, but
Just need someone to go on the front of it.
what's that?
Just need someone to go on the front of it, don't I? Yeah, got me looking at me crazy. Christoph Ratajski's average just got better, and he lost a leg. And he was already averaging 120.
I think Going Price has missed 2 match starts. Going Price has missed 2 match starts. Surely MVG is not going to pull this one out again. Chizzy level at 2 apiece now. But it's advantage going price should wrap up the victory here. Oh, and does with a blistering 1-2-8 finish. Going price 6-4 winner over Michael van der Kellerwin.
Pow!
Gotta get that boom, boom, pow! Going price almost through his first start over MVG's shoulder again. So, the last 8 is taking shape so far already through to the quarterfinals. Gary Anderson, Going Price, and Ricardo Petresco. They will be joined by, I'll tell you what, some game on board 2 guard. Mike De Decker, 4-1 up on Jean Van Veen, averaging 112. Van Veen averaging 110.
Yeah, every time I look over, they're just banging in scores, but the legs keep disappearing. Quick as a flash. Tysky with a break back in front once again. Van Veen gets another on the board.
Unbelievable game. Currently on collision course for a repeat of the semi-final a few weeks ago between Going Price and Gary Anderson.
Tasty.
Tell me Sky Sports News knows something without telling me Sky Sports News knows something. It's a growing sense that it will be difficult for Antonio Conte to continue as Spurs boss following his outburst in Sunday's 3-3 draw with Southampton. Tell me they've had the tip off without telling me.
Yeah. 2 multiplied by 10 plus 1.
Romeo done.
MODUS Super Series free entry to finals nights. Just have to book a ticket online.
Yeah. Sky Bet now have him at 1-6 to go. Right, where are we? Brendan Dolan back in front against Andy Bolton. Ross Smith 3-1 up on Christoph Kachuk. It's a bit of a drop-off in performance here from Wadey, Gob.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, he's not playing well at all. Right, Luke Woodhouse, 4-1 up, despite averaging just 83. I mean, the averages were better than that. They're the stink of a leg where they both missed starts at double. But the rest has not been great. Elsewhere, Ross Smith looks mustard again, 96 average, just cruising through Christoph Kachuk, 4-1 up at the moment. Andy Bolton, Brendan Dolan is a nice tight match, currently 3-2 to the history maker. Tyski Chizzy is still a belter. And Van Veen from 4-1 down has just gone 4 apiece with Mike De Decker, still averaging 106 in that one. Mike De Decker's fallen to 104.
Shocking. Horrific averages.
Gerrard goes to Spurs. I'll never speak to him again. Not that I've got him on speed dial or anything like that, but you know.
Ross Smith 1 away from a quarter-final now. Not really in any danger here against Kachuk, but it's been a good couple of weeks for Poland. Cobb, they're producing at the moment some really good stuff from the Poles.
They are playing really well. Even Bielecki, when he's not got to talk hard, as being competitive in the Super Series again, he keeps going further and further into the week.
Yeah. Jean Van Veen is flying. Chizzy is back level again. Just fighting here, Dave Chisnell.
Battling away. If he gets through this, he goes favourite for that half of the draw, in my opinion.
You would say so, yeah.
As Van Veen defeats Mike De Decker 6-4 from 4-1 down, 5 straight legs for the young Dutchman. Superb performance from him.
And Ross Smith, 6-1 win over Christoph Kachuk. Do you know what? No, don't know, mate. Dave Chisnell gets himself out of jail, Gob, and leads.
It was literally one about 20 minutes ago, Joe.
They always normally put 1 or 2 a day on Facebook.
Yeah, there was one earlier. Literally 28 minutes ago. Van Gogh and Price.
Yeah. How are we doing, Tommy? Hope you're good. On this debate that's raging in the chat room, I genuinely think it's down to the money they win in their career. I remember Michael Smith saying, I think it was last year, Gob, that if he didn't win a major, as he called it, he couldn't care if he's got 5-6 million sat in the bank.
Yeah. I think Chizzy and Gilding is a weird one because despite the fact that Gilding has won a major and Chizzy hasn't, I'd still think Chizzy's bank balance is better.
Oh, completely.
Multiple Premier League.
I just remember Michael Smith talking about it, and he was like, this was before he went on to do what he's done. He's like, I don't care if I don't win a major, as long as I'm set for life and my family's set. And I think he used the quote 5 million.
Yeah.
So 2 games left in the last 16, and they are both finally poised. Brendan Dolan, 4 apiece. It's got dark really early tonight. Let's put the light on. As I was saying, Brendan Dolan, 4 apiece with Andy Bolton and Ratajski and Chizzy. When you're 5 apiece, Gob, that is not the start that you want from Dave Chisnell.
No. Especially when your opponent goes 2 trouble visit, 2 trouble visit.
And it is advantage Ratajski. Chizzy has fluffed his lines in the biggest of ways.
Brendan Dolan goes one away.
This would be so cheesy now to hit a max.
Close. Bangs in a 1-2-5, but it is not enough. And Christopher Tysky sees off Dave Chisnall in the last 16. In the last 8, we will see Gary Anderson against Ian Van Veen streamed on streaming board 2. I suspect we might get Ratajski versus Dolan or Bolton, or yeah, it's probably the shout. On the other one.
Yeah, unless he changes his mind, Price told me he is staying in Germany to play the qualifiers.
Are we down to just 4 boards now? Yes, we are.
I say, and unless he changes his mind, I expect to see him there. And then he'll go from the qualifiers, probably fly straight away. He'll have to fly straight to Newcastle. Right now, Matt, if you're asking me, does he? I don't think so. I think Rob Cross has got just enough of a buffer to stay in front of Luke unless he wins a couple of Euro Tours. Well, he's capable of doing it, but it's a big ask of.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same. I need the toilet. You're on your own.
Flying solo. We are going all the way. Catch the last leg. So it's advantage Dolan. Has he just opened the door? Andy Bolton needs a 2 treble visit here. Doesn't find one. Andy Bolton's a fabulous player, Sam. Huge 180 from Dolan. $80 points from victory for the X Factor. And it goes into Brendan Dolan ends Andy Bolton's run here at Players Championship number 8. And that is the quarterfinal lineup confirmed. Gary Anderson will play Jean Van Veen. Gerwin Price will play Luke Woodhouse. Christoph Ratajski will play Brendan Dolan. And Ross Smith will play Ricardo Petresco in the quarters. It's not a bad little lineup, is it? Yeah, no, he's played really well. He played well the back end of last year, got himself into the Players' Championship finals, and look, he just looks a really, really good young talent. So, who are we going for from here then? Quarterfinal stages. I'm just multitasking at the same time. I think Price will do it on this form. Gary and Price will easily qualify for both Euro Tours tomorrow. You would say so, but remember, they could draw each other in the opening round on both. Unlikely, I know, but they could kill themselves that way. With a nice throw. Pascal Reprec's throw was all right. Don't think they streamed it on YouTube. It was on Facebook, Jamie. So you should be able to go back and watch it there. Yeah, Nico Kurt's throws amazing. Cool. Jean Van Veen's throw's not the nicest, but it works for him and he's smashing results at the moment. Mike De Decker's been around a bit, but he's still young. His throw's nice. Vainik's throw, yeah, that's decent. Remember, come and say hi. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like as well. And, of course, make sure you subscribe as always. The Live Lounge returns this evening, 8 p.m. Does a live on the show. He's blatantly having a dump, isn't he? Right, fingers crossed we won't be too long to get these games going. There he is. At 3 stone lighter.
Set. And the rest.
What do you think of Jimi Hendrix throw? I can't remember it off the top of my head. I can't remember if his is good or not.
Crap.
Hopefully any minute now. Ben, we've been hanging around a while. Also, just on the Super Series, I'm quite a fan of Steve West's new shirt, to be fair.
Yes.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We're not going to be too long now, folks.
I will pay attention in a minute as well. any questions in, Phil, while I can't see the chat room?
No. Sorry, Luke Price. Tommy says, do you think the format for the semi-finals and finals will increase further? No, I don't think so. I think it's set as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the quarterfinals, Jack, we always do. We won't put the string games up, but we'll put the other two as feature games.
Streaming Board 2 is going live. Is that bulling off? That's Gary versus Xian.
So, do we know what the other string game is yet, Gob?
Ratajski, Brendan Dolan.
So we'll go Price, Woodhouse, and Smith Petrescu as features.
Yes.
Gary Fine incoming. What's he done?
No idea.
Is he swearing?
Oh boy.
What a boy. German Price is underway. Let's get this one fired up.
The videos are all edited, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sound.
Gary Anderson takes a scrappy opener against Jean Van Veen and is well poised for 2 and punishes.
2 zippity zip.
Zippity zip, zip, zip. Ross Smith, Ricardo Petresco is underway, and we will have that on screen in the blink of an eye as well. There we go. More to the fact, Johnny probably doesn't care. Gary Price checks out 114 to lead Luke Woodhouse 2-0. Are we looking set for Gary Anderson, Gary Price take 2?
Quite possibly.
What a boy. Chris Dobie on social. Only one way to cheer me up after a disastrous few days. Picture of him having pasta dinner with Steve Beaton. What a boy.
Oh, please.
Oh, Gary. Look, I'm not going to write Jean Van Veen off. We've seen him in sticky situations so far today, but when he was in the sticky situation last time, Gob, he was averaging 110. This time, not quite there.
No. I mean, this is a much, much better leg from Gary as well, after a couple of scrappy ones, but all it takes is one leg to reignite Jean.
Yeah.
Who very nearly takes out 145.
However, it's 4-0.
It's the treble five, and 15 anyway. Talking of he's back, by the way. When do we get excited about the Peagle?
About who?
The Peagle.
It's hard to get excited about Ratajski.
You're a Tottenham fan.
Forget that. From our point of view, does he do numbers?
Oh, I don't care about numbers. I love him.
You might do. But he can barely speak English.
Neither can you, and you made a career out of this.
I've done all right, haven't I? But one, he's not going to be in the Premier League. He's not going to get picked. Well, He may get
Fucking
picked for a
rock.
World Series.
Yeah, I like a challenge.
Jamie,
I don't care who does numbers in the back end.
well, you do, because we don't get paid if they don't do numbers.
But I just...
Jamie, it's not Peagle disrespect, because he's a fabulous player, and I actually really like the guy. However, from what we do, he doesn't do anything.
He's back, isn't he?
Gary's more back than him.
He's back.
So you saying Gary's back as well then? You're actually going to say it?
He's back. Conte actually gone. If in doubt, go to Twitter.
Oh, Christ.
Do you want to kick John from the chat, or shall I?
Brendan Dolan takes the lead against the Peagle. Gary to absolutely annihilate Jean Van Veen 6-0.
Now then. Did he miss it up?
Lifeline for Van Veen. Anderson misses more match darts.
He did miss a dart for the 160 as well.
I thought so. The other thing Spurs have to try and sort out as well is whether Peritici's band's going to go global instead of just Italy. So in terms of digital numbers, Tommy, I would say the biggest 5 for us, and what we see, and this is in no particular order, by the way. Gary Anderson, Adrian Lewis, Michael Van Gerwen, Fallon Sherrock, Barry Hearn.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Gob? Would you say that was the big 5?
Repeat them. Van Gerwen, Gary, Fallon.
Adrian Lewis, Barry Hearn.
Yeah.
They're the big 5 that.
Or Gezi if he says something daft.
Yeah. Gezi and Wadey.
Gezi or AD, a 5th.
Yeah. And then Wadey if he says goes berserk.
Another mismatched dart for Gary. There's a Gary Anderson interview from a couple of years ago from the World Championships. I think it was when him and Wayne Mardo had blows that we still get comments on Facebook.
Yeah, oh, it's mad.
It's 3 years ago, and we'll be sat in the middle of the week and we'll get a like or a notification, or somebody would have commented on that Gary Anderson interview on Facebook. We're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Gary is 5-2 up. Gerwin Price and Luke Woodhouse are currently 3 apiece. Christopher Tysky trails Brendan Dolan 3-1. Both players averaging 101 in that one. And it is 2 each between Ross Smith and Ricardo Pietreczko, despite 20 points difference in the averages. As Gary Anderson wraps up a 6-2 victory over Gian Van Veen, he will play the winner of Gerwin Price or Luke Woodhouse.
However, John, do our titles always contain a quote the player has said? when it's like when we do it bits where it says warning or whatever, we always put what he says in there. So that game is done. Brendan Dolan is having one of his usual good runs. Exactly that, Rob. As Triple H, his walk-on, would say, it's time to play the game.
I'm out.
You love it, really, Gob. We could see another Gary Ross Smith final because Gary Anderson will play either Gerwin Price or Luke Woodhouse in the semi-finals. Where does this plonk Mr. Anderson now? So he's up to 12th now. Go. A win here would put him joint 7th if he can make the final.
Still not there, though. There's just too many Euro Tours. That year we were pissing about with Searle was off the back end of barely any Euro Tours included, wasn't it? And we were a lot later in the year. Like, there is too much prize money on offer this year to just go, yeah, he's there.
Also, Dobie has just updated on Twitter. Disaster of the week continues. Still no sign of my luggage. So he is literally still playing with. He goes on. So annoying. They definitely need to look at this and allow us to fly with our darts in our hand luggage. It's our livelihood. And to be fair, he's right there.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. The only ones that could class as a violent weapon are probably Scott Williams with his 50 mil points.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Bunting's darts got stolen. Wow, that's fucking outrageous that someone's nicked them from the venue. Gathering Price leads again. Oh, his bag was stolen. Fucking, that's even worse. Jamie Hughes had no darts either, did he?
Wasn't me.
Great song by Shaggy. As Luke Woodhouse sends us to the Noble, he's going to have to find a break of throw, though. Not the start Luke Woodhouse wanted in a decider when the Iceman goes 140, 180.
Trouble now for Luke Woodhouse.
Yeah. Big, big trouble. Tens for Gerwin Price. And it goes, Gerwin Price will rematch Gary Anderson in the semi-finals of Players' Championship 8. The other two. Steve West topped the group today.
There's one loss coming against John Park.
Ricardo Petrescu, 65 points away, Gob, from a Pro Tour semi-final. And it goes in 3, Gob. Ricardo Petrescu. Pikachu is in the final 4.
Interesting.
Where it's looking as if he's going to play Brendan Dolan.
John, leave it out. There's chat room in the place for that. Yeah, I have. I worked with Ross. The first professional I ever worked with in an exhibition. And then he got me into a Pro Tour as his guest. It's a sportsman, John. Everybody's supposed to be cocky and arrogant.
Yeah, I've got no problem with sportsmen being cocky and arrogant. However, Ratajski has sent us all the way and has the darts, but Dolan has started with 2 treble visits. And has handed the darts to Dolan. David, I think it's mid-May. The Women's Series is back. Thomas says, who do you think will win the event? I want Gary Anderson, but I think Gerwyn Price. I just think that Price might find a special moment against Gary.
Yeah.
I don't think Bo can't play in any of the challenge tours because she didn't go to Q School, did she?
Correct.
Yeah, I'd love to see Bo playing some of the Dev Tour events.
I think that might suit her more as well. Oh, wow.
That's a little bit
Precisely. Double 5 for the match for the 130. And Ratajski comes back. A big step back after nailing the treble 18. And just high in the top of the bed of the 16. A big reaction from him. Hesitant handshake. I don't think Dolan enjoyed that celebration much. But they are friends in the end.
So, semi-final lineup is confirmed. Gary Anderson will play Gerwyn Price. Krzysztof Ratajski will play Ricardo Petrescu.
Is it that time?
It's tungsten on at that time.
Well, that's coming soon. That's on the way. I'm on my way.
I'm on my way.
I was going Proclaimers. How did you end up at Ed Sheeran? No, wrong one. Oh, God, it's so slow.
So,
Oh, two wings from here. Anderson! Nice. Ricardo. Right, try writing that second semi-final out 5 times fast. But it is in the chat room for you now. I'm on my way.
So,
Nailed that note.
Can't see past Anderson today. Look, it's a tough assignment against Gezi. You can't overlook the Iceman. So, no, Gerwyn Price is guaranteed to be in the top 16 in the Pro Tour order of merit at the end of the day.
If we get more votes on this poll than we do likes on this stream, by the way, we're stopping it there and there. Do both, because we love you guys.
we've had a look at the World Match Play, but the World Grand Prix race, Gary currently is all of a sudden sitting 5th in the Grand Prix race. And the race for the World Cup. So,
I love that they've added that. They still haven't put Bo Greaves in dark green, but we literally were calling out for a race to the World Cup on darts rankings the other day, and then it appeared a couple of days later. Hello, guys.
I'm pretty convinced now that Gary's okay. He's 100 bags in front. Because at one point it was a little bit close, but obviously Gary's put some...
Germany race looks done. Belgium looks similar. Wales is definitely done.
Germany's done.
Czech Republic. Austria looks done. Ireland. Australia, Northern Ireland. Is it Northern Ireland or we want to keep an eye on? Yeah, it's Iraq.
Can Dirk win 4 Euros?
Finland. Big fan of this. Portugal.
No.
Oh, they've even got the seedings with combined rank on a different tab. That's cool.
I'm looking for the other one.
So we'll see Gary versus Gezi on streamer board 1 and Ratajski versus Petretsko on streamer board 2.
See, I massively disagree with this seeding. There's no way Australia should be 8.
No, that's the one I have a concern with.
It's going to be interesting. Chat room, what are you saying? Can you get us to 100 likes? Remember, the live lounge returns tonight, 8 p.m. We tried to get Lee Boyce live from his hospital bed, but the doctors say he won't be well enough to talk.
Snip, snip.
But fingers crossed he should be well enough to return next week.
Hi, Lee.
There it is.
I love that insult. Something on your mind, mate?
The games are live on PDC TV, which is a paid subscription.
That's the one, Jamie.
uh,
Well, there's definitely a scissors emoji. I'm not sure I'd be doing it with a sword. Sneep, sneep. Oh.
Cheers,
You've all done
Mason.
it. We got 97 votes, but only 88 likes. That didn't take long at all. How's that different from normal? Way!
Yeah, Jack. Matt Campbell's flight was delayed 17 hours and literally got to the venue that morning on 20 minutes sleep. Do you think I could beat a 48 average? Nah, be somewhere around that probably. Yeah, oh, massively. It's a lot quicker than yesterday's, that's for sure. We have pictures on the streams or on one, and the graphics disappeared from the other. So I think We are underway, Gob.
Whoop, whoop.
Gary and Gazzy didn't take long to warm up, did they?
Nope.
Oh my.
No messing around.
140, 140, 180. If Gazzy takes that 153, how gutted would you be sat on 41 after 9 and not getting a go?
Oh, boysy.
Oh, and he starts 25. You've got to bounce that. That's why. Tyski levels up in the other semi-final. That one's one apiece. Gary Anderson does double his lead, 2-0 up. And just seen on the stream, Gob, Gary Anderson and Gary Price actually sharing a smile together and a laugh.
Oh, friends at last.
How times have changed. What, the 1-2-1 was majestic from Anderson as well.
Why is... My dart connected it, but still warming up.
God, how good is this from Gary Anderson right now? 81 for a
The
double
treble
break.
is not big.
Oh, he's missed the ball for the 81. And you get the feeling this 139 has to go because 3-0 and a double break is a long way back, even for someone of Gary Price's capabilities.
Yeah. Ratajski goes 2-1 up, averaging 111.
Oh, Gary, has he gifted a chance for Gezi? He's missed 3 darts for 3-0. Going Price. Pins double 11. No, he missed 3, Jamie, because he missed 1 at the ball the throw before. Gary Anderson. 3-1 up and a race to 7. At the moment, Gary Price is just hanging on to Gary Anderson's coattails.
Laying up for 16s as well. That's always been a 10 for tops. It's still so strange to see, but
It's a proper MO change, isn't it? And a big one as well. Oh. But Gary Price is fighting here and fighting hard.
how many 180s has Gary hit today?
Loads. Oh my! Oh! I can't wait to see this on the stream. Oh, it's just majestic.
Bang!
It is just another 180 as well.
Bang! Oh, for God's sake. flying. Most overrated and underrated darts player. We'll do that in the break. We will do that because Marder asked that question on social media, didn't he? Who's the most underrated sports player of all time? We'll do overrated and underrated while we wait for the final, which we might know one of those players very soon. Gary Anderson is absolutely flying. 5-1 to the good against Gerwyn Price. Gezi looks like he should take this 7th leg back. He's left 90 after 12. Gary leaves the fish. Surely not. On the other board, Ratajski's averaging 114 and he's 3-2 up on Ricardo Petresco.
Right, if you're no Gezi Price, you stood there thinking, this can't go.
Yes. If this goes yellow, no.
If that goes yellow, we still pack up and go home. Gezi has a leg on another leg back. If Gary gets to the final, it's still an if. Look, 2 legs is a lot when you're playing people of Gerwyn Price's caliber. Do you think he learned from the defeat in the other final?
He was just knackered. I don't think there was anything to learn from it. The man's won titles all over the place. He just hasn't played that many darts in a day for a long time. He's going to get straight back there pretty soon afterwards, unless he throws darts like he is in this leg.
Unless he
I'm seriously considering a goatee if he wins it. If Gary wins a major this year, I'm going for the goatee. I used to threaten one when it was Rafa Benitez, but now it's Rafa and Gary. It just might have to happen.
Well, 180 from nowhere from Gary puts him back in the leg and favourite. $120 for a break and back-to-back legs. Just give him something to build on.
Nope.
$6-2. Gary Anderson's one away. Yes, Gary is playing the Euro Tour qualifiers tomorrow. Not that money is an issue, but I believe Rachel deliberately didn't book his flight home until Wednesday. So he couldn't just, some of them have open-ended returns, don't they, and things like that. Well, I think Rachel deliberately booked it that date and that date. I'm just looking at Gary's action here, Gob. It looks unreal again.
The time in the release looks so much better. When he was struggling last year, the release was all over the place, but that's just smooth.
Yeah.
And this is for the match. Leave tops. Will he come back? Not in this leg, but he does have the dart next.
Look, Ratajski he's smiling as well, Ratajski on the stream. He's enjoying this.
Because the Peagle is soaring. He's back. Didn't get a dart at it, Gary. Very disappointed with himself. Ratajski can't miss. Gary can't miss. When was the last time either of these two had a scoring visit that didn't start with a 1?
It's ridiculous. Gary Anderson for the Della and all the time in the world. Price leaves a finish just in case. However, you expect this to go yellow, don't you? Let's be honest. He's missed.
Ooh. He's missed. What's going on
He's
here?
missed.
What is this madness?
Stop the clocks. Gary Anderson is our first finalist. Beats Gerwyn Price 7-3. Now all eyes on Krzysztof Ratajski. He's one away as well.
The Beagle is soaring.
So here's one for you. Who are you cheering in the final then?
Darts. Darts is the winner.
To be fair, I like that as well. Gezi Price gave Gary a clap on, like, as he hit it, clap on the knee from Gerwyn Price. And the pair, I wouldn't say embrace, but as far as those two go, it was an embrace. And Gerwyn was laughing and joking with Gary. He knows that Gary's played well there.
Yeah. Mustard. Lots of head shaking going on for Pietreczko, who was averaging 102. He can't be too harsh on himself here.
The problem is, he probably doesn't know what he's averaging. He just knows he's getting smashed up.
Yeah. I'm getting a couple of messages of varying. They basically say the same thing, but in different manners. One says 2 finals in 3 Players' Championships and a Euro Tour qualification. Is Gary back? And the other one says, shove it in my arse, Gary. As Ratajski takes out the fish for the match. Holy hell.
Oh, my.
Pietreczko's smirking in the background as well. He knew a huge roar from Ratajski, who takes out the 170.
I've never seen Ratajski out like that before.
Final. He's back. Pietreczko went at it, or Pietreczko's face. He knows.
He's just looked at the iPad. That's brilliant. He's like, oh, that stings.
Yeah. He knows he's played well there, I think. Or that's some realization afterwards that actually, when he was being hard on himself, that was probably unjust a bit. Right, I think we promised to do our underrated and overrated sports people. I'll let you go first because I'm nice like that.
What are we doing? Underrated, overrated?
Our underrated and overrated sports people.
Oh, sports people in general.
I think that was the question, yeah. We do darts players.
Well, might be interested if any of them ever listen back to this.
I think it's difficult to be underrated in this era where we sit on YouTube 30 times a year.
Oh, no. No, we're not.
I think there's more shouts historically than there is on tour right now.
Underrated, overrated.
I'm not saying by everybody, but there are still certain sections of the sport that massively underappreciate or underrate James Wade.
Yeah, to a point, I'd go with that.
And I want to chuck Mervyn King in the conversation as well. Perhaps not so much his form right now, but as a player, as a career. James Wade's won more major titles than Lewis and Barney. He just hasn't got a Worlds.
I think underrated. Mark Webster. I don't think Webby was ever given enough credit for what he did.
Yeah.
I won't tell him that, but looking at some.
I can get behind a not put underrated. I think he's mustard.
Overrated for me. Ron Moulenkamp. I never got the hype behind him.
Yeah. Andy Hamilton's a good shout. What about sportsmen in general?
Mark Webster, overrated. Interesting. Sportsmen in general. This is going to be a controversial one, I think, because I I'm going to contradict myself here, but I stand by it because he was only good for a weekend every couple of years. But Ian Poulter was overrated. In the Ryder Cup, yes, he was fantastic. But just overall, I think overrated.
No, I think people fully understood that Poulter came alive for that and was a better match play golfer than he was. Anything else? Because in those moments, he did deliver time and time again. I don't think Michael Phelps gets enough recognition for being the greatest Olympian of all time. There's a serious conversation that Michael Phelps is one of the greatest sportsmen of all time.
To be fair, I'm going with Lee there as well. Tyson Fury, overrated.
Yeah.
He's just the best in a very bad division. I'll tell you another one underrated for me. And I just look at her career. Eve Muirhead.
One Olympic. Yeah, maybe.
World champion as well.
That's a sport that doesn't get a lot of attention. But we've not been bad at curling the last few years. Where else are we going? Mark Cavendish overrated? Surely not. He's never going to win a Grand Tour. But as a sprinter, he's one of the best because you have to maintain that on a Grand Tour stage before you can get to the sprint as well. No, I'm not sure about that. Habana overrated. Do you know what? I'm swaying with that one. I think Neymar is overrated.
I'm with you there. I'm with you.
Scores goals, yes, but for what else he adds to the team, there's just constant drama around him. Always disappears for 6 weeks around his sister's birthday.
Yes, Robert. Emma Raducanu, overrated.
Jury's out on that one. She's got a long time to go. Look, football is about scoring more goals than the other team, Sam, but if your individual quest for goals is at the detriment to the way that the team plays tactically, then no.
Underrated. The blue Power Ranger. Just thought I'd
Who else is underrated? Oh, Nikola Jokic is overrated. He's on course for 3-time back-to-back MVP for just being a bang average big in an era where there aren't any bigs in the NBA.
Oh, overrated. Gareth Southgate. You're absolutely right, Boise. He is well overrated. And look, Boise, I know you're sat in your hospital bed, so you've got time to think about this. Not even you can say the current squad that he picked was the right decision. Absolute freaking shambles.
He's
picked the Titanic of a
Thingy pulled out there as well.
And Pope. He picked the Titanic of a centre-half that plays for your club that can't even get a game because he picks a left-back over him at centre-half.
Yeah. Nah, Rob, I'm not having that. Nikola Jokic is overrated for me. As is Kyrie Irving, because he's an absolute weapon. I don't think Lewis Hamilton is overrated. Tim Henman overrated?
To be fair, I kind of get the Lewis Hamilton thing. And the reason I say this is a lot of it is how good your car is. And I'm not saying he's not a good driver or anything like that, but look at the moment that he dominated when Mercedes was absolutely on fire. And now the Red Bull's absolutely on fire. That they're just half the time it's the car is better. The winning driver is in the best car.
Most of the time, yes. There were still areas where there weren't. The first year at McLaren, I'm not convinced that was the best car. There were years when Lewis won titles where there were 2 or 3 cars at the front that some were better in a straight line, some were better around corners, etc. There's only been a couple of those 7 where you can go, actually, they were just head and shoulders above everybody else. The W13 being one of them.
John, Gob's been in a car with me. I try my best to get it to 200 miles an hour, don't I?
Yes. Gary Cahill. No, he was just pants. You needed somebody next to him. If you need somebody to hold your hand at professional football, then you ain't good enough. See, there's a conversation that we overrate Freddie for nostalgia reasons, but
no, not a chance. No, I'm not having it.
Just, there is that conversation to be had, because I've sat and watched a debate from the guys that dealt with cricket who were doing Bazball or Bauble, and they basically compare the 05 Ashes team to this current team and who they'd pick and whether it was playing Bazball or not. And Stokes versus Flintoff is the big debate pin, and actually as an all-round cricketer, Ben Stokes is better than Freddie Flintoff. He's a better batsman, he's a better fielder.
He's not a better bowler.
Catching. No.
Wicket takers win matches.
But I still adore Freddie, and I'll always put him up there.
No, I disagree, Brock. Michael Oliver is a fabulous official. He's the best official in the UK. And that's why he gets big European games and FIFA games as well. Michael Oliver is a brilliant official.
Being the best referee in the UK is like being the, I don't know, least insane in the asylum. They're all shit.
I think Michael Oliver's a great official.
Sergio Ramos is a fraud, completely.
No! Sergio Ramos is amazing.
Fraud.
No.
Fraud.
Stop it.
Fraud.
I'm going to mute Gob for 5 minutes so he can have a timeout and think about what he's just said.
Fraud.
No.
Oh, John. You cannot underrate or overrate a wrestler on the basis that they get gigs given on how they do in ratings.
Right. Yeah, you can.
It's a TV drama. Hey, Paddy, at least we got there, son.
Oh. We have movement. We have pictures on the screen, everyone. Players' Championship 8 final.
Oh, Boise, you shit-stirring bastard. Oasis are not overrated.
Whoa. Just because you can't cast no shadow in the hospital bed. Gary Anderson has won the ball. Brock, you've got half of that, right? The other half, I wouldn't say.
I'm just not rated at all, mate. There's a difference.
Right, here we go. Remember, it's a race to 8 now. As Gary's pretty much just started where he left off.
No, Andrew, Alan Moore a little as a commentator is not overrated.
I was going to say something then, but I thought better of it. I was going to say just shouldn't be rated. Gary Anderson leads 1-0.
I can't say that.
I'm with you, Liam. I've been saying that for...
Which phrase do you enjoy the least? Needs the ball, but shout the ball, or there's a break after this leg?
Both of them. Or I can go through the innuendo bingo card. There's a break after this leg. Bookies can't split them. He's playing well on the floor, and they love coming in their fancy dress. House.
Yeah, score predictions, by the way. Also, there's definitely not 312 likes on this stream, but you've managed to get 312 votes. So come on. You can do one, you can do the other.
So
I don't make the rules, I just enforce them.
It's a brilliant reply from Ratajski. Leaves 24 after 12 for a level game. One dart, 1-1.
Also, there's only one team in Glasgow, and they play in blue.
Do you think in this game the pace might be an issue for Gary?
Potentially. That's got a few bites in, does it?
Gob's just gone fishing and just raced to the lead in Fishermania.
It even brought Jar out. Yes, I've landed a whopper.
Some might say you are a whopper. Hey!
Hey!
It's been a long couple of days. Gary Anderson leaves tops after 12 for a 2-1 lead. Goes in two. I'll tell you two grounds that I really do like in Scottish football. I love Punditry, and I really want to go to Inverness Cally Thistle's ground.
Your Earth wants to go to Scotland.
You just feel Ratajski needs to find something big here, because the amount of trebles Gary's hitting, at some point, he's going to carve an opportunity. And although Ratajski's gone ton 96, 98, this is a 140, he's in trouble.
Yes. Trouble.
Gary, 1-2-1 for a break.
Celtic would not finish in the top 4. Brighton right now are a better side than Celtic.
Oh, that's huge from Ratajski. That one at level had to go. Huge from Ratajski. Gary Anderson misses a dart at double 14 for the 1-2-1. Grazes the wire, but Ratajski's having none of it.
Celtic are massive, yeah, massive, but don't mean they're any good. Size of a club has this apparent size of a club is such a stupid argument that's appeared in sport in the last 20 years. Oh, we're a bigger club than you. Based on what? Define bigger. Well done. Stick that in your trophy cabinet. Because there is no measure of the size of a club. It's made up by people like Simon Jordan to win arguments on TalkSport.
What's your favourite Quidditch team, Gob?
Hang on. Chudley Cannons.
Solid.
That's actually a team as well. I made sure I was trying to remember one. Yeah. I'm sure it is.
Ratajski has now got a break chance. Big moments here. Oh, he's missed one as well.
Nailed it.
Gary Anderson survives.
You're missing out, Anonymous.
Whoa. controversial.
Plymouth. Lol. Green Army.
Gary can find a big visit here. He's let Ratajski off. Is this a wobble from Ratajski here, Gob? Because Gary Anderson...
Well, Gary had this sort of lead in his last final, didn't he? And then he let it slip. English football coverage, by the way. Crap. I watched La Liga last night, the El Clasico on La Liga TV. 4K cameras, pitch side, the angles they're cutting to, like the close-ups of the players, the camera next to the dugouts constantly. There was cameras in the dugout. Like, it's so much better than British football, where you just get Martin Tyler crying every time Liverpool score.
I'm guessing Gary went 57-32. No. He pins the ball. Away. Hello, he wants the...
Tyler is definitely not a Liverpool fan. That wasn't Barcelona's cameras, though. It's La Liga's cameras. Because they've gone in-house. La Liga TV is effectively Netflix.
Big from Ratajski. Very good response from Ratajski from going 2 legs behind.
But the fish! The fish! Yes, the fish!
Oh my, that's going to hurt. Gary Anderson. Oh my.
Reel that one in!
I don't normally do this. I don't care. I'm putting the commas on to hear it.
Just press. You've got the fish, but oh, we're in the wrong software.
Really wants this.
Go on, Nico.
Really wants it. Gets it! What a shot from the Flying Scotsman! That is seismic.
Yes, Nico. God, are you saying it now? Right, if he wins this, the averages we've seen today, are you then on board?
Say he's back. I'm not putting him in the match play.
I didn't say anything about a match play, but you've been hesitant to say it. You've been hesitant to whisper those words.
The fish! For Ratajski, no. The fish!
He's back.
The fish! Oh, nearly. Yeah, same thing, Rob. It wasn't Barcelona funding that, was it? It was the producer or production company or whatever. La Liga production was so much better. Crisper. Their graphics on screen at one point on number of attacks that have come from the left-hand side of the pitch, the middle of the pitch, and the right-hand side of the pitch, and they were overlaid onto a wide-angle shot of the pitch with graphics and numbers on them. It was so much better than anything we get in the Premier League. It's not the biggest game. It's up there.
So chance here for Ratajski.
Premier
Another
League's the
big
most
visit.
watched around the world.
Just let Gary off there.
More fish.
I tell you what, this
He's
is
left it
really
again.
impressive from Ratajski.
He left it again.
Gary needs to find a 2 treble visit. That's not enough. So 76 for a break back for Ratajski. This will put us back on throw. And it goes in 2. Ratajski's battling well here.
In terms of viewers, John, it wouldn't be the same. But in terms of production and graphic overlays and cameras they use, it's exactly the same. It's a broadcast company. I'm not saying viewer numbers are the same. Making stuff up now, son. P goal. Ooh, that's a slip. Can't be banging a 46 second visit.
It's only a slip if Gary punishes it. Could have been worse. 140 here and he's still favourite. See? It was only a slip if Gary found something. But I think we're looking set to go 5 apiece. So Ratajski moving through the gears here. Oh, until Gary does that. that will do it. So Gary 32 to with so Ratajski only 59. This is to lead by 2 again. Gary Anderson is 2 legs away from glory.
Where have you pulled that 1.3 billion number from, John? Because it's horseshit. You're looking between 600 and 750 million. The World Cup final was watched by 1.5 billion, and you think a random El Clasico with the worst Barcelona in recent memory pulled in 1.3 billion viewers. Nah.
Barcelona may have more trophies, but Real Madrid are a much bigger club than Barcelona. But Ratajski, at the moment, God, they're just trading breaks at the moment. None of them can find something sustained. It's one good leg, one bad leg. Yeah, Gando is sticking around tomorrow. I would rather have Real Madrid's Champions League. I've been to both grounds as well. Real Madrid for me. If I was a player and I had the choice of going to Real Madrid or Barcelona, I'd pick Real Madrid all day long. Was it? How many Champions Leagues have they won now?
11.
I thought it was more than that. Ratajski 107 to break again. And cut the gap to 1. Oh my, what's he done there? $14 Champions Leagues, yeah. Ridiculous record. Oh, that's what I was saying. I wonder what Ratajski did there when it said 9. Ratajski to get back within 1. The marker's having a mare. Ratajski's missed. Is that, Gob, is that the nail in the coffin?
Could well be.
Oh, last start in hand. Gary Anderson is 1 away from the title. We'll tell you in a minute. Changed his MO as well. He went 12 tops. Oh, John, I didn't rate the burner. I didn't rate the new camp at all. Much preferred the Bernabeu. God, Ratajski's got away with that there, but he's been to the ferret school of counting. The fact that Gary's a mile
Yeah,
back.
not good. Well, Gary couldn't even finish from there either.
Anderson does leave a finish. However, hasn't that been knocked down now, Johnny? Was that the one that Matt was posting? The 85 goes. So Gary Anderson now has the darts. It's now or never for Ratajski. And Gary starts with a max. Oh, Gob. Gob, he couldn't, could he? He couldn't.
It's gone. It's gone. The hand's staying up. This is gone. For the match. For the title. He's back! Yes!
Oh! Oh! However, Gary Anderson tends. Oh, Gary!
Oh, the first start was a 1 as well. It's a huge drag. I think he asked the referee, is it in?
And I'd just like to point out that I did say Gary Anderson would win today. Oh, Gary!
It's not it yet. Oh, Gary!
Oh! Don't do this to me. Yes! Gary Anderson has won Players' Championship 8, Gob. Go on, say it. Say it.
He's back.
Gary Anderson. Let's watch it on the stream. We've just seen his last attempt and he was like, oh. Let's see it. Win it in style. Look at that cheeky little grin from the Flying Scotsman. Don't be running off, Gary. Dan Dawson's going to be in there with a microphone in a second. Don't be running off. Oh. Right.
He's back.
So, God, Gary Anderson is now 5th on the match play order of merit. He is above Jose de Souza, Stephen Bunting, Steve Beaton, Gabriel Clements, Kim Hybretts, Chris Dobie, William O'Connor, Simon Whitlock, Andrew Gilding, Daryl Gurney, and Jim Williams.
Tidy.
Gando's going to Blackpool. Gando's going to Blackpool.
No, we this week.
Yeah. Absolutely superb stuff, everyone. Right, we've got a couple of hours break. However, we will be back at 8 o'clock for the live lounge this evening. Glenn Durrant live in the house with us. Hopefully, Lee Boyce will be watching along from his hospital bed. We know he's been there all day.
Snip, snip.
But everyone, thank you very, very much for your support over the last 2 days on the Pro Tour. It's been absolutely superb. Great to have you all along. Just teeing up the video, ready to go. There we are. So, I'm in Phil Bars, Jack Garwood. Remember, 8 p.m, the live lounge. Make sure you are there, and we'll see you all in a few hours. Bye!